And there we go, the microphone is on. Welcome everyone, glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. And let's see, what else do we need to add right off the bat? Hey, it's Saturday. It's June the 17th of 2023. What else do we need to add real quick? On the screen, we have the southwest vent at Helma'umaʻu Crater and Kilauea in Hawaii, the big island of Hawaii. So, looks pretty awesome. Found out today that that thing is over 200 feet tall. And views are always deceptive from cameras, so trying to size it up. Yeah, 200 feet, 60, 70 meters, 60 meters, something like that. I don't know, 70 meters. That's pretty tall, if not a little bit higher than that. We haven't had anyone to go down there and measure it yet, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's not small, that's for darn sure. And it is kind of deceptive looking at it from the camera view angle. And, you know, it's the same as what we've seen at a lot of the other places when we looked at Ragnar as an example. You know, when you're looking at it from a screen, viewing screen point of view, you have no concept or idea, you know, how tall something really is. And we can use Ragnar as an example. You know, when we've seen the volcano by itself, there is no visual understanding of how tall something is. And I hate to use this little scenario, but when those fools went and crawled up on the, or climbed up on the edge of the caldera, you know, all of a sudden you've got a little bit more perspective as to how large that really was. And the same thing here, and I'm certainly hoping nobody is going to go down there and measure it, because that would be utter foolishness. But just, you know, as an example, if we stood a person beside it, you'd hardly see that individual, right? At least, you know, if you put somebody 6 feet tall beside something that's 200 feet tall, they look awful small. Piggy said, not offering. I don't think you want to offer, Piggy. It's a heck of a climb, first off. I know with all 4 trotters, you'd got to be using 3 trotters in your case. But yeah, it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good. At least the one thing about this view is this thing has been pretty steady flow. And I'm quite impressed with that we are seeing, you know, near constant output, and that is pretty fantastic. You know, it doesn't look like it's waning, it doesn't look like it's trying to speed up. It's just at one certain flow rate, they open the tap to a certain spot, and it's flowing nicely, so gotta love that. Take an umbrella. Yeah. I think you need, I think the best thing is just stay away from it. So anyway, let's get at things here. Welcome to our wonderful moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy and a CND Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as possibly Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. And thank you, moderators, for being here. I introduced my friend to this volcano today. Oh, to this one, to Helma'umaʻu Crater, and of course Kilauea. Is that what you're talking about, Piggy? I hope it is. Anyway, so yeah. Oh, did I even hand out the cookies yet? I forgot to write down who the first person was. Hang on. I forgot to write Hermione down, I think. I don't know. Maybe it was Hermione. He was impressed. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it was Hermian. I missed out who got in first. Whoop, why is this thing not allowing me to go there? Yeah, it was Hermian. I thought it was Hermian and a Fluffy. So we'll fix that up. Hermian and a Fluffy. And we'll do our thing here and hand out some cookies and maybe a mouse, mice, something for Fluffy. Hermian, don't eat the mouse. That's for Fluffy. Okay. Now that we got that straightened out, all right, we'll get out saying hello to everyone else. But yeah, I just want to comment on this wonderful side vent continuing to do what it is doing. And I did record some of the nighttime stuff from it. I want to kind of edit out some of the other stuff when they pan over. So I'm gonna, I took about 4 hours worth. So we'll see how I can edit that. It's going to be later on tonight that I do that. So that'll be okay. And what? I am sulking. Oh, Piggy, don't be sulking. Well, hang on. We can fix that. We have the other ones. Piggy. Piggy, no. We gotta do this. I had these sugar-free ones. I forgot to give you. There's your. There, you get sugar-free cookies. Hermian gets the other ones because Piggy was actually the first one in today. So Piggy, you get some sugar-free cookies, and those are sugar-free chocolate in there to simulate the lava stuff for once. Anyway, all cool. Anyway, it's an interesting day. I don't know. We'll get at some highlights real quick here to shake you up. We did have a what was it? Oh, they downgraded it. There was a 6.2 earthquake in the Samoan Island region, but they've downgraded it to a 5.7. So that is something of interest. We still have that, while we had another quake in Tonga area where those other ones were, and that was a 6.0, and that happened at 5:26 this morning for those guys. So things are shaking a little bit down there in the Pacific. And we did have a few quakes off of the coast of Japan and on Japan, but nothing really major. We're going to leave those alone for later. Central America did get a shaker there in Panama. Nothing too serious there. Other than that, we do have another quake. And Tanto, since you're here, Tanto, I've got a question. Did you feel the earthquake? That is a question that I've got. And I want to show you why if you didn't know that before. But I will show you where that quake is. And of course, that is in France. We had this, that 4.8 before. And then I think Tanto lives somewhere around Nantes. And this is where that quake was. It's only a 3.9, not too severe, but still the fact that they are happening there is a little bit odd. Oh, I don't know if Tanto is still here. Okay, well, we're going to have to go say hi to everyone, and I thought Tanto got in here. I'm pretty sure she did. So we'll take a look here anyway. So yeah, fairly close. Let's put it back over here. We'll turn off the big banner so we can see this a little better. And I will say hello to everyone. So we'll start off by saying hi to the King. King Colin is here. And of course we've got Kevin Williams, Albert Girl, John Raper, Juliet, and Hermian and Fluffy, of course, who got the cookies and the mouse. And Dan is on board. Welcome. Sharon Stewart is here. Perfectibility 999, Brian also on board. Did I say Juliet? I hope so. Welcome, Juliet. Kananaska's country is here as well. And Sue Hayes is here. Welcome, Sue. And let's see, who else we got in here? Kate is here. Welcome, Kate. And going up, I see Albergirl is also here. Did I say Kananaska's country? I think I did. And going up, looking for others. Who else we got in here? Mars 2028 also on board. Welcome. And still scrolling up, we have Diane here also, and Dan. And I know Gaines is here. Yeah, Gaines is here. I do see Tanto. She was here. Okay. I'm just, so Tanto was on board. Kate is here. Charlotte also on board. Welcome, Charlotte. Diane is here. And let's see. Welcome. And who else we got? Still scrolling up here. Tom and Pepper are here today. I'm good to have them on board. And let's see. Who else we got? Still scrolling up. Lots of people chatting, so that's always a good thing. Layla is here. Welcome, Layla. And still scrolling up, looking for others that I haven't mentioned yet. Everyone is the same. All right, I got all of those. I'm just searching up that list. It's long today, which is really good. And I bet you all that stuff at the top already disappeared. Yeah, I got Charlotte already, so that's okay. Sasha is here. Welcome, Sasha. And still scrolling up and trying to locate others. I think I said hi to John already. Yeah. Who else we got in here? Just trying not to miss anyone. Yep. We'll find them. Omi, yeah, Metal Omi 54. That's who I thought was here. Welcome. Glad that you're on board. And we're getting all the way up to the top of where I can see. And the rest is cut off. So, Philomena is here as well. Welcome, Philomena. And I don't see anyone else in there. So, back down to the bottom. Dennis Ray also popped in. Good to see you, Dennis. And I think we got just about everyone. If I did not call your name out, please say something, and you can always let us know. I like to say hi to everyone in here, so it's didn't avoid you by accident or on purpose. Just didn't see your name. Piggy just gifted 1 month membership. Piggy, and what ended up happening is Hermione got that. Awesome. Thank you, Piggy. That was really cool, and congratulations to Hermione. And thank you, Piggy, for supporting the channel like that. You do enough anyway. You don't need to do that, right? But we appreciate it. Anyway, let's carry on with things. So I didn't see Tanto. I was looking to see if Tanto had sent anything else there about the earthquakes. Hopefully she didn't have anything happening when those happened. I don't know how good the rock is there or how the earthquakes would propagate, but that's, in my opinion, only what, 20, 40, 60, maybe 90 kilometers or 100 kilometers away from her, so there may be okay, I missed that. Thanks, Sue. Tanto said a few friends felt the quake. So, yeah, likely not that heavy duty then in their area, which is good. All right, Albergirl is here. Okay, yeah, congrats. And, yeah, that was nice that Hermione got that. That's awesome. Okay, so, sorry. Hang on, I gotta do something. Be right back. Okay, microphone back on. Yeah, no, it wasn't a cough. I had to clear my throat, and I figured I better do that without sounding too rough. And also had a swig of Pepsi. That way, that got out of the way. You rock, DrFox2000. You do more. Oink, oink. Well, thank you, Piggy. That is awesome, and thank you for that wonderful super chat as well. That is a nice way to start the show out. I like that and appreciate it. Thank you very kindly. Okay, so getting at what we're seeing, of course, Halima crater just continuing with its fun and joy of throwing that lava out. You know, it's self-explanatory. This really hasn't changed much. Even some of the nighttime stuff was, and we'll go back to it here, we'll go back as far as we can to show you some of yesterday's late activity. I'm just going to advance it over to the cone. If we can step it forward here 5 seconds at a time. There we go. And you know, when you look at that, that is just a gorgeous view. We do see some fog in there, some volcanic fog, but you know, the haze, fog, smoke, whatever you want to call it, kind of adds a little ambience to it. But I mean, that is a pretty a decent picture as far as I'm concerned. Seeing it at nighttime. This, of course, was from last night their time at 10:22 p.m. in Hawaii, so Hawaii time, of course. Pretty cool looking. 2 pineapples. I got some awesome shots of the eruption this morning. Yeah, I did pop in there and I did see he's on a slightly different angle, and it looks pretty cool seeing it from a slightly different angles, so pretty good. I do like this, so this angle is not bad. I mean, this is a pretty decent view of the volcano, and of course you can see how it is just dumping out of there at the top end. I've got no idea what the volume is right now, the flow rate, but it is pretty cool. Wow, look at that. Hi everyone. Okay, Adele51 is here. Welcome, and glad to have you on board. And yeah, that whole hornito / side vent is over 200 feet in height, so that is pretty awesome. You know, I'd love to have somebody actually measure it, but yeah, you know how it goes. And let's see, Perfectibility renewed his membership. Awesome, Brian. Thank you, and great to be part of the Lava family. That's awesome, and glad that you're here. And our wonderful King Colin also renewed his. Still here. Good to see more lava, Dr. Fox. Thanks, guys. Why is Piggy? Hide, Piggy, hide. Stay in your sty. Keep those doors locked. Dennis won't get you. Anyway, that is a beautiful view on the screen, and I really do like the way you could see that whole southwest corner pretty much. I mean, we're not missing much on the western side or right-hand side there, but it looks pretty cool to be able to see that, and we like that. Pokes Dennis with a Piggy, easy with those crutches. Okay. Anyway, there's their close-up, and you really got to enjoy that. That is a fantastic view. I really do like it. Anyway, cool stuff. So, let's see. Grandma B throws in a $2 super chat. Thank you, Grandma B. And appreciate that, Grandma B. And a $2 super chat. Thank you very kindly for your support, Grandma B. Let's see, did I miss anyone else sneaking in? Kevin Haynes is here. Yeah, I don't know if I said hi to you, but welcome. And yeah, so beautiful shot. I don't know if I can make any more words up for it. One of the things that I did want to note here, and I was looking at some of those lava chunks coming down. They are huge, and again, this is the distance perspective thing I was talking about earlier. We really don't know when we're looking at some of these things. If this thing is higher than 200 feet, you look at some of these chunks, they are, well in a 2 feet wide, some of them, coming down here. And just imagine getting splattered by a 2 foot wide glob of lava or bacon. That would be it for you, and it's pretty nasty. So, but it looks awesome watching that lava just literally fly out of there or get ejected out like that. Pretty cool view. And yeah, really, Brian, it is really an amazing fountain that has been going and going and going. And this, of course, was 2:26 this morning, and it doesn't really matter where we go. If we go here, this is 1:37. It looked pretty spectacular too, and then they zoomed in on it, of course. So in that shot, you see a little more flow down the other side. Let's see, what else we got here. We'll get to another one further down. This is about an hour less, 2:37 there. How about this one here? 3:33. Just to give you an example, that flow didn't change or drop down. And again, we move on another hour or so, 4:37, still the same thing, maybe even a little bit bigger chunks of lava coming out. The volume may have picked up a little, but it's really, really hard to tell. So it's cool looking though. I like it. And then once we got into the morning hours, we were watching, let's see if I can get that in the right spot, the color change as the camera is changing with the filtering, of course, through the sunrise time. It looked pretty awesome. So if we move that ahead to the next one here, there you can see that color change with the lava looking blue in the background. That's the cool stuff. And of course, things get more orangey. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. And let's see if we keep going a little bit, then we get that red tinge to it. And that is about here. Yeah, it starts to get a little bit more red as it gets lighter out, 5:51 a.m. So still the same thing, though. Those some of those chunks are huge. The lava coming down, and that's got to be a lot of pressure and a lot of material flying out of there. I wouldn't even want to guess what the volume rate is of flow. So pretty awesome. And of course you can see in that shot as it panned over, that is the lava pond, the West Lava Pond, and you can see some more of that refilling from the edges. But what I've been seeing here is it's starting to build up in here, because it's basically effusive coming in here, sitting down and kind of cooling off on the crust layer, and we're building up a thicker crust in here. So that lava pond technically is getting smaller and smaller and getting a layer on top of it, kind of building up. We'll see what happens in the future if we get a burst from the other end here and it starts to fill up. It would break off some of this stuff as it lifts it up, and we'll see how far it goes. But there's still molten lava underneath this other end, right? It's just this has built up from the flows coming into it. It's going to be cool to see what happens. And there they go, they pan back to the other shot. And if we go a little further, you can see it zoomed in. There you go. So gorgeous looking stuff happening there in Helima Uma'u crater in Hawaii. And I like it. Let's have a quick peek at these other shots here. So this one from early this morning at 3:05. This was the still camera up on the top. I was surprised that we still have a glow way over here on the eastern side of the crater, but we do. So, and of course, this is the active region over on the left-hand side of the screen. So pretty awesome. Next one, we want to pop over and look at. Oh, actually, I wanted to refresh that. Let me refresh this one. That's the current status. So yeah, you can still see there seems to be a hot spot here. Maybe we'll get enough pressure to let it pop again. And of course, that was the other vent when it first on the 7th when it rekindled its get up and go. It started here, but this was the second one that showed up in the background, and that's all pretty cool. Anyway, that is what we've got on this view. The other one, this is the B1 camera that they moved. I'm going to refresh that as well. And long distance shot, you do still see quite a bit of smoke going up in the corner there in the southwest area. And of course, this is still smoking and steaming. Don't see any other people walking or anything like that. That's all good. Next shot, of course, this is the thermal image. And this is the old one. Well, this is from 307. So you see where the lava is, and then you see the lava pond. I'll refresh that one and see if it has changed much. And yeah, now we take a look around the lava pond. There's your lava pond. You can see that flow happening here. And also we've got a brand new flow pushing out here again. So obviously we've got more lava than what that area, that must be pretty level already and pushing outward. So we'll likely see, you know, these kind of heads coming out and filling up the voids over here as it tries to keep itself kind of a level. So we'll see the lava flowing out as the volume stays up, right? Otherwise it stops, cools, and just sits there, and it builds up height, you know, that kind of thing. So anyway, let's leave the thermal B just to have a quick peek back at that. This one, of course, 6:01 a.m. If we advance it a few seconds, we should be able to get it to where it zoomed in, and there looks lovely indeed. So hope you guys are enjoying that. Anyway, we'll leave Hawaii B for a few minutes, and we'll have a quick peek at Iceland. How about that? We didn't look at them yesterday, so I figured, well, we better do that today. And we'll have a quick look at Reykjavik and see what we can come up with. So let's pop back there. There is the city of Reykjavik, Iceland. It's 20:25 there. Of course, that's 8:25 p.m. If we back that up about, let's go back 9 hours just to get a little bit better glimpse at the day. And that brings it to about 11:17 is the time on that. That doesn't look too bad. Still cloudy though, and likely some rain in some places, but that is Reykjavik. So looking green and lovely. Let's put that back and make it smaller. We'll go to the next shot. This, of course, is from the Perlin Center. So here's the other shot from the Perlin Center, and that is the regional airport. That is the current time, and there we see Keilir off in the distance. So pretty good visibility and not bad view. Must have been just after sunset here. Or very close to it. Anyway, if we go back about 9 hours on this one as well, get a glimpse of what we got. Thanks for the 5-minute warning there, by the way. We'll see. There we go. Visibility not as good in the morning. As you can see off in the distance, we can't see Keilir over on the left side, and looks a little bit more cloudy. But still looking not bad from the Perlin Center. At least it's not snow. Okay, let's go to the next one. This is present conditions down on the Reykjanes Peninsula. We are just away from the lighthouse. There's the road that just goes up to the lighthouse. And of course, there is our primary steam geyser that we see. And then, of course, over here, the steam-powered power plant. And off in the distance, you can see the town of Grindavik, the little buildings over there. And you can see some steam coming out of this area. And of course, that is over by the Blue Lagoon and the other power plant. So there are several there. Unfortunately, this plume is in the way. We are not able to see the top of Ragnar today. Let's back that up. Well, I was going to back it up 9 hours, but that ain't going to work very well. You'll see. That doesn't look so good. When did it clear up? Well, it looks like about 3 hours ago it started to clear up, and you can see the difference there. And as we move it forward, yeah, didn't take long to clear off, but yeah, wow. Okay, so the clouds all took off. Cool stuff. Let's leave that there. It's back to live. This is the current condition. So let's go over to our next volcano. Hopefully we can see what's going on there. And that, of course, is Katla. And Katla is hiding. We aren't able to see Katla. Darn it. Okay, it's all day long has been gloomy, and some times were better than others. Yeah, this is kind of the way it is, though. Volcano watching doesn't always work. Anyway, we'll put that back on live. We'll try the other shot, see if their camera is got any better angle on it. No, definitely not. They're seeing the same clouds, so we'll leave that be. And we'll look at what it's time. Yeah, I guess it's a time. No, don't be doing that. Ooh, who's in my fridge? What? Oh my God, Dr. Fox ate all them. There's still grapes in there. Piggy, there's grapes. Didn't you see those? Oh, hey, get out of my cheese. Oh boy, there you go. Anyway, we will take a look at the harmonic tremor charts and earthquakes for Iceland after the break. In the meantime, I will put you back to Helma crater and the wonderful lava flow from 6:11 a.m. and that looks pretty cool. All right, I'm going to go for that break. Don't go away, you guys. If you haven't yet, hit the like button, give it a quick pop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel and you're lurking from the outside in, you're welcome to subscribe, hit that button. Don't forget to hit the bell notification if you are enjoying the show. So, thank you. And on that note, I'm going to go for a break. Be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And hi, Sophie. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on, and I'm watching what Lily is saying here. I've been following the shenanigans. So Lily is paying attention to what's going on. And welcome, Lily, and I'm glad that you've been hanging in there since day 80. That's all cool. Lots of people do sit on the sidelines and never say a word, and I'm glad that you decided to hop in and be part of the group. That is always awesome. So welcome. Also welcome to Sherry Hewitt, and who else popped in here? I've seen a couple others. Let's see, who was it that popped in here? Debbie is here. Welcome back, Debbie. And did I miss anyone else? I think I got y'all. Anyway, if I didn't say hi to you, welcome anyway, and glad to have you on board. So yeah, what we were looking at there on the screen, of course, was Helma Umu crater during our break. But let's get over to Iceland's. What you missed? Wormhand. Oh, Wormhand. Oh, the guy that grabbed the cookie and ran to the lounge. I see him there. All right. I knew he was here somewhere. That's all cool. It happens sometimes. You know, there's lots of people coming and going. Right now we've got, what, 42, 43 in the chat, so it's a little bit hard to catch everyone, especially if I'm doing other things, trying to get myself lined up for showing the whatchamacallit here, the harmonic tremor chart. That's what I'm trying to say. Holy Batman, is it going to be one of those days for me? I'm going to have trouble finding the words. I hope not. Feels like Dr. Fox, PA, I don't know. All right. No, we were there. Let's go to this one. How about that? And I had to redo everything this morning. Anyway, there is what we've got going on as far as our harmonic tremors. And as you can see, we did have a rise in our magmatic and a slight drop back down, but didn't drop as far as the rise. So a little bit higher than it was. Seismicity seems to have come up and moved along straight and dropped a little bit as well. And the same thing goes for our tectonic movement. And since they are all pretty close to the same action, I kind of think that this is kind of a, what do we call it? Just basically tectonic movement. What is this? I'm not in where? PA? Let's see. No, Piggy, Dr. Fox isn't in Pennsylvania. No, I'm not there. I definitely am not there. That's far away from here. At least 2,000 kilometers, if not further. Anyway, so we're going to take a look. We'll see. There should be some early morning quakes in the area from what we see by these spikes. But steady as she goes, I'm hoping that we're going to see some upward action here. Anyway, let's go over to Askja as our next spot of interest. Whoop, I went right by it. And there we go. Got it lined up. Now again, Askja has been doing some really funky things lately. You know, you see this wave of, it's almost like it's rolling, and I keep seeing this, and I've always had this hypothesis that, you know, our planet isn't spinning as smoothly as it could be, and we do get some ripples or waves underneath there in the magma down below, in, you know, disturbances in the asthenosphere. So kind of ripples, and just like a ripple in a pond. And you know, when you're looking at this chart, that's almost what it looks like. Anyway, we do see kind of a mess here. So our magmatic kind of stayed pretty steady, but on an upward rise, and our seismicity is up and down, and not necessarily the same as our tectonic actions. So what the heck is going on here? You know, we see this dropping, we see seismicity going up. Usually if it's a tectonic movement, they will be in the same pattern. This is completely opposing, so it makes you wonder what is going on. Then we did have some spikes in here, 3 quakes that are noticeable, and we'll see what's going on there with the earthquakes. Anyway, let's go down to our next one, and we'll see if well, that should be the northernmost point, and that should be Grimsey. I don't know if their chart is working. Nope, Grimsey is still kaput, as we can see, loss of data. Let's go to the next one, and that is Grindavik, has got some loss of data as well, so we're missing a day and a half already, a little bit more actually, so I'm not sure what to do with that. We'll leave that be. Let's take a look at the next one, and that will be Krusevik, so we'll get to that one. Had to swallow there, so it took a bit to get that word out. Tough time. Krusevik, there we go, and steady as she goes as far as what we're seeing here. A few little blips, but nothing really too crazy. So our magmatic pretty steady. A little bit more action in our seismicity. That is not that bad, but ending up in about the same place there where it started in the day. So not anything crazy. And some pretty rough movement as far as our tectonic movement. Sounds like something might be grinding or something like that. We do see one of the quakes in here, so we'll take a look at that early morning quake. I know the one in Fregdalfjall was somewhere in that morning slot as well. Some of the other ones are showing it as well, so it could be a fairly large quake somewhere else. Fregdalfjall, where are you? I'm going back there. Oop, I passed it. There we go. That morning quake, and they had actually another one right beside it, so we should see a couple of quakes that happen roughly at the same time. Anyway, let's go have a quick peek at our earthquakes there in Iceland. And and what happened here? That is not right. I did have to reboot the computer, and I thought I got all of my screens fixed, but I think I missed one. Let's fix that. Just give me a second, and we will do a quick grab here, and we'll fix this up. And we had 48 earthquakes in the last 24 hours, and that wasn't too bad. So we'll be able to go through some of them fairly quickly. And let me see if I can just straighten that out. There we go. Get rid of that other one. Don't need it. Remove. All right. So let's have a look at the quakes. Interesting is that we are getting a kind of a swarm right up here. I'm not sure why, but anyway, let's start out here on the Reykjanes Peninsula. There's the peninsula, of course, for those who aren't familiar with it. Reykjavik there. And of course the 2 views that we show from the Perlin Center are from this location, and the one view is of this area, and then the other view, of course, the second one is of the airport region. So that gives you a pretty good idea where that is. And then of course we go over here, there's a Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, and Jardvik. And then if we slide down a bit more, there's a Grindavik down here, and of course you have the Blue Lagoon and the other power plant there, and down on the other end of that peninsula, this is where the lighthouse is, and that is where the other view is from, and roughly about where that star is where the camera is. And there's your main geyser over there, and of course on the other side of the pond you have the power plant. So that's what we're seeing. Pardon me. Let's get looking at quakes. 1444, we had a 0.7, 4.6 kilometers down out in the water. And then getting onto the peninsula, a 0.9, 4.6 kilometers down, 51 minutes after midnight. And of course, looking at our region here, that is Fregdalfjall's area, this outline, going right in here. And I'm liking where these quakes are, because That is all good. This, of course, is where Ragnar is, and that is the Siggy Fisher area. And as we go up here, we see a 0.19, 1.8 kilometers down, 2304 yesterday for that guy. Next one is a 0.73, 1.1 clicks down, 811 this morning. We'll grab that 0.55 from 2.9 kilometers down, 541 this morning. This 0.2, 2.7 clicks down from 1234, and we got 0.34 from 2.5 kilometers down, 905, and then this one 0.66, 4.2 clicks down, and 719 is the time on that. And those are basically all within the Eruption area. What are you looking for crayons for, Piggy? Oh boy, we're gonna have to give a Piggy crayon stuff. Piggy crayons. We'll go over here and go, Piggy. Here's crayons for you to lick. All right, there. You got your name in lights, Piggy. What more do you want? Snacks. Okay. Let's go over here. We'll see a 0.2, 8.5 kilometers down, and 1251 is the time on that. Then we got a 0.8, 5.8 clicks down, 1139, and a 0.6, 4.3 kilometers down, 1146. Let's grab this 1 in magnitude, 7.3 kilometers down, 1554. 0.15, 6.2 kilometers down, 2238, and this one a 0.8, 5.8 kilometers down, 732, and this morning we got a 0.1 here, 4.5 kilometers down, 9.9, or sorry, 9:09 a.m., 4.5 clicks down. Boy, got to get it together. 9:08 we had a 0.3, 4.4 kilometers down, and a 0.37 kilometers down from 1612. Grabbing this one here, 0.75, 4.8 clicks down, 2323 was the time. Did we get these? Yeah, I think we got those. We got this one though, a 0.1, 6.9 kilometers down at 1025. Oh, got that one. Moving on. Let's grab these first, then we'll go take a look at that mess up there. 0.1, 8.6 kilometers down, 2129. This one is a 0.32, 6.9 clicks down, 233 this morning, 0.05, 4.4 kilometers down, and 1318. And then, of course, this one close to, this is Hecla, and that's a 0.03, 9.1 kilometers down, 856 this morning. And okay, Piggy's done licking the screen, so we can get rid of those crayons. Let's oh, how do I get rid of them? Clear. I want to clear. Where's my clear thing? Oh no, it's not allowing me to. Oh, there it is. Oh, found it. Phew. All right, let's zoom into this. We'll grab that 1 point, what is it, 1.1 up top here, and that is 1.1 kilometers down, 6 a.m. for that guy. Next one is a 1, and that is 8.4 kilometers down, 11:14. And then we've got a 2.4, 2.6 kilometers down, 2:20 a.m. Another 2, let's get on the other one, 2.61, 3.6 kilometers down, 2:20 a.m. for that guy as well. 1.6, 3.9 clicks down, 16:14. And then we've got a 0.94, 7 kilometers down, 4:17 is the time on it. A 0.9 from 4.3 kilometers down, 12:18. Next one is a 0.83, 11 kilometers down, 8:51 this morning. 1.03, 9.4 kilometers down, 6 a.m. And 2:35 a.m. we had a 1.31, 3.7 kilometers down, and a 0.62, from 4.4 kilometers down, 5:55 this morning. So a busy area up there. And we got these. Let's go to this next one. That's a 0.39, 800 meters down, and 3:41 this morning. Over at Katla, we got two. This is a 0.39, 135 meters down, 47 minutes after midnight. Likely ice movement since it's fairly shallow. This one from 7:15 a.m., a 0.43, and that is 135 meters down as well. And let's move on and get up a little bit further here. Bardabunga area, we have a 0.1, and that is 500 meters down from 1520. And kind of in between, we have 0.29, 12.2 clicks down, 6:07 is the time on it. Next one, a 0.5, 11.8 kilometers down, 22:53. Moving up to Askja, we have one small one there, a 0.2, 4.6 kilometers down, 12:21. Over here beside Herdebreit, we do have a couple, 0.71, 4.9 kilometers down, 5:52 a.m. This one from 10:36 a.m., a 0.8, 5.8 kilometers down. Going up a little bit further, and looking for other quakes here. We got a 0.2, 4.8 kilometers down, and 12:29 is the time on that. That is on land. Next one in the water, 0.15, 4.4 kilometers down, from 2:25 this morning. And then we've got a 0.97, 4.6 clicks down, 4:28 is the time for him. 1.3 surface quake, and that is from 11:10. Dyslexia strikes again. I'm surprised, 0 kilometers down. That's right on the surface. Interesting. 18:08, we had a 1.7, 1.9 kilometers down. So very cool. Thanks for that 5-minute warning, Piggy. I already got that, so all good. We're good with our earthquakes there in Iceland, and kind of neat to see this little extra grouping here. But I'm very happy to see the grouping in, of course, our area here of Fagradalfjall. I just wish it was a little closer over here, and a rumbling underneath, and a few more, stuff like that. Sorry to leave back to lurking. This fainting is getting to be a real pain. Take it easy there, Kate, and please stay safe. Has Dr. Fox taken you all for an ice cream run lately? No, he hasn't. He's bad. Actually, he hasn't had time. It's going to be one of these days. We'll have to do that. But for right now, yeah, I haven't had time to do that. We'll work on that. Starting with the new job and stuff, I'm pretty busy, right, during the daytimes and that. And then when you get to the weekends, if I'm running streams, that takes a good chunk out of the day. And, there's only so much time in the day to make things happen, right? But we'll work on that. Something that, I wouldn't mind doing. We'll see what we can pop up with there. Anyway, almost a break time. I'm going to put you back over here to this lovely scene. Actually, I think I'm going to put that lovely scene on live because we are still watching it from 6:39 a.m. And we'll see what it looks like, and talk a little bit more about there it is, about what's happening there. So we know that vent is over 200 feet in height from the valley floor. I'm again unsure of the exact measurements. Guys are estimating that it's over 200 feet. Wouldn't surprise me at all, and I'm sure that it's getting larger. I wouldn't mind seeing somebody standing beside it just to get a height. And Grandma B has got the alarm bells going. I think we do need to get off for the break. Oh, now Poppet's coming out too. Oh no. All right. For those good people who are here, please, if you haven't hit the like button yet, give it a quick bop. Really help us out that way. Also, if you haven't shared the stream out or anything like that, you could do that as well. It would be nice. And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing. You know, it's a kind of a neat show that happens every day, or we try to anyway. And we'll see what we can continue to do. And hopefully you'll like it. Garth Mange is saying hello, and Mage saying hello from Scotland. Welcome, Garth. Glad to have you on board. Okay, I'm going to go take a break. After the break, we will have bacon seeds. So keep smiling, and of course our wonderful Piggy sent those. We'll see what we've got, and then we'll do our secret volcano. And we'll keep going with other things and go from there. So, going for the break. Stick around. Play nice in the lava, okay? I'll be back. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Of course, on the screen right now we have our wonderful, I guess we'd call it a parasitic vent there in the southwestern side of Helma crater in the wall, about 200 feet tall, and throwing the lava up another, I don't know, maybe 50 feet, something like that. Pretty awesome. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Kevin and Alba and Sue and Tanto and Cananaska's country and Piggy, of course, and let's see, John and Mars and Sue. No, not hang on. Was Sue? Yeah, Sue was in there. Tanto I got, Sherry I got there. All right, welcome, thank you, Hermione and Fluffy, and I got everybody, I think. Okay, cool. There we see more of that lava flowing into the southwest lava pond, and it's starting to build up there. It's really making a mess of it, but you know, that lava, it's going to build up. I think it's going to look pretty cool. We're going to see more of a fall there as the edges build up a little bit. So pretty cool. Anyway, it is time for bacon seed, so let's leave this page be. I'm sort of half lurking while I work on my secret invention today. What are you working on there, huh, Mars? I guess it won't, what I will be fine without all these extra screws. You know, the fasteners are usually there for a reason. When you have a whole box left over after they send you the paint by number kit, and you always have to wonder what you did wrong. Anyway, let's get over to the bacon seeds. This, of course, was the last one from yesterday, and that was awesome. So let's go see what else Piggy has sent us for today, and thank you, Piggy, in advance for, well, yeah, for sending these wonderful things. And there's Piggy sending them, of course. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and let's see what she sent. And here's your first little snout bopper, and that is cute. I like that little guy. He looks awesome. He's got a nice smile on his face. He's covered up in the blanket, and really nice. I want to be young again. I kick lava stones. Dennis, I like to have that same sentiment. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's look at the next little bacon seed. And this one is calling for somebody, but I think he needs a little bit of a hogwash, especially on that snout. Doesn't look like he's in bad shape. I was eccentric with offspring number 1. Okay, one of the most terrifying nights of my life. We were blocked in by trees falling across the nearby roads. Yikes. That's always bad. Anyway, cool looking bacon seed, and we'll carry on to the next one. And here's another fine one, and that is just a little guy. I'm a couch potato. Almost blends into that couch too. Let's go to the next one. That is this one. Big storm in UK in 87, Dr. Fox. Okay, I got it there, Piggy. We had a big storm here in Edmonton in 1987 too. Matter of fact, it was called an F5 tornado. So yeah, we kind of get that. Those storms can be nasty. Anyway, let's continue on. Good night, all bacon seed lovers. Worm hand, good night to you, and take care. Little Ginge. Yep, and let's go to the next one. Somebody is running around out in the field enjoying themselves, and may have some grass stains on his chin. Did he fall? I wonder. Anyway, let's get to the next bacon seed. And there we go. And that is a wonderful looking little fella as well, looking right into the camera. Some nice camera shots here, so very cool. Like his hair, that is neat. Kind of reminds me, it's almost orange enough to call it, what do they have? A tiger paw ice cream, just about. Big ginge, a little tiger pig. Yep, pretty awesome. And here's our next one. And this is a Spock impersonator. Those pointy ears give them away. Anyway, love the smile on this little piggy. Very cool and straight on shots. Beautiful little bacon seeds today, piggy. And gotta love those. You looking at me? Yeah, that's exactly it. Next one is this one, and out for a little yonder in the grasses, and of course wearing a sweater. It must be cold out, so pretty cool. And let's see what else we got. This one, he's another one right in your face. He looks like he's gonna snap off the camera. I try, Dr. Funks, but forget what I sent. Piggy, that is absolutely fine, and you know, sometimes you send some that we've seen before. I try to weed some of those out, and I fill them in with other ones, and I don't mind. And we are, oh my God, we are, let me look, bacon seeds, 3,700 something. And of course, I can't expect you in any way, shape, or form. 3,780 bacon seeds. So out of those, we maybe have 100 or 150 or maybe even 200 doubles. But most of those are not. And that is a lot of photos. So for expecting someone to not recognize each photo if we may have seen it before, it stands to reason. I mean, that's a lot of bacon seeds, right? 3,780. So let's do the last bacon seed of the day, and that one is slightly different. He's looking at you though, and he's got a kind of a nice smile too, and just relaxing, having a good day, and awesome. So thank you very kindly, Piggy. And do appreciate you just ate some just ate a darn okay, are a darn cute. I can't help repeats. Okay, yeah. I ate. I was gonna say, what? You've been eating bacon seeds? Oh, Piggy, cannibal. Anyway. Let's leave that there. That is awesome, though. Thank you, Piggy, for sending those in. And we will get over to our secret volcano of the day. Let's go over to the other screen here and turn on that picture. And I hope that I have done an awesome job selecting a photo today. Ate my horrid cousin today. There you go. That's the way to do it, Piggy. And there's your secret volcano. And no, it is not Mount Etna. It is not a Fuego. Sorry. It's not Mayon. No, sorry. It's not Cumbre Vieja. No. It's not Stromboli. It's not Popocatépetl. It's not Klyashevskoy. It's not Sakurajima. It's not Popocatépetl. It's not Taal. It's not Short either. Mars 2028. There you go. You got it. Mars 2028 said it's Villarica. And Mars 2028 is correct. It is Villarica. And congratulations, Mars, on getting that guess right. At least I'm assuming that you're guessing. I don't know if you've seen that photo before, but congratulations on that. There's your stack of cookies, and away you go. Yeah, that is exactly what it is, and Villarrica is, of course, an interesting volcano, and I figured I'd use that today, and that nighttime shot is a little deceptive and would have thrown people for a loop. One of the things that, just looking at that photo though, that we have to understand is there is a lot of material in there that almost, to me, it seems like either some oil or some gas or something, some gasoline or petrol, as you call it in England. There's some kind of an oil or something that was decaying in there. So whatever it's bringing up, because of the way the vent is shaped there, it looks like it's burning gases rather than just throwing out lava. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Almost like a rocket engine, upside down. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's carry on with our next ones, and we'll see if I can get to my next shot. And of course, something has happened once again on that one too. I'm going to fix it as we go. No, that one is there. Okay, why did it not work? Anyway, there is the island of St. George, and that's the island we're on here. There's one of the little towns in the harbor. Off in the distance, we can see the island of, or Pico Island, with a Pico volcano on it. And then over here, and the other side there, you can see Fayal Island. And this is, of course, in the Azores, looking pretty good right now. Let's go flip that over to the cove. This is where we always check for white water coming in down here. Looks pretty calm right now, so very good stuff there. We'll make that just slightly bigger, and we'll look at this. We do have, we did have a quake yesterday, and that was, we missed that one. 1707 on St. George, 1.8. And we'll find out if that's still showing up. Let's take a look. We'll get rid of that. Go to the other map. I'm going to refresh this just so we have it, and make that slightly bigger. No, and yeah, our earthquake did disappear here from there, so it's over 24 hours old. Not going to worry about it. If we zoom in a little bit, you get the idea here. There is St. George, Pico Island, Fayal Island, and of course Terceira over here. And we do see this earthquake 21 hours ago, a 2.0, 6 kilometers down, and that was from 46 minutes after midnight, or GMT or UTC, whichever you like. And in relation to the volcano itself, well, the volcano's there, and this is where it is. So just slightly underneath it, and again, 6 kilometers down, or 3.7 miles. So that really doesn't matter if it's a little bit off. It's still well within that area underneath the volcano. Zoom that out a little bit. So that's the only two, or only one earthquake we've got today there, technically. And if we zoom out far enough, you can see the Canary Islands down here. Of course, this is Portugal, and Spain, and France, and England, and Ireland, and we've got Newfoundland over there, Nova Scotia, and of course Sue waving hi to us from her place. And then, of course, that's all cool. Up at the top here, of course, you see Iceland and Greenland. This here, the Reykjanes Ridge, coming out to about this point, and then from there on, they call it the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. The other one this way is the East Azores Fault. And that is all of what we're going to do with this page. So we'll leave that be, and I'm going to put it back on there so I can find that easier. Next one is, of course, our wonderful Popocatépetl. And if any of you got a chance, just before the stream, I posted a video of what Popo did during the night, and I will actually play that now. Of course, because they only take 1 frame per second, I sped it up to 2 frames per second, but the boom was still very audible, so I'll let you guys listen to that. It's only about 2 minutes long, so hang on, let me fix that. That is in the wrong spot. There we go. All right, we'll let it play from there so you can see. At 7:37 a.m. this morning is basically when it went kablooey, and it was a rather large explosion. And there were some residual shots, as you can see on the screen there. A little bit of extra puffing out afterwards. So pretty awesome. A lot of lava in this particular shot. So all of a sudden, and that was very, very noisy. And I'm going to turn the volume down again here so we have it back to normal levels. But yeah, for a single blast to come out like that, I thought it was pretty large, and that's why I captured it and posted that video just before the stream. I almost missed this, so I was looking and trying to scan back and see if there was anything happening, and yeah, I don't know, Dennis. I think it's more than that. I'm sure there would have been a few people awakened up by this wonderful blast that would have really echoed. You know, the amount of sound that we heard from the camera side, and the camera is quite a distance away, was pretty loud. So I think the people downwind obviously would have heard it more, but it was a massive boom, and kind of enjoyed that. I thought it was kind of neat. Let's see how much of that video. We got about 17 seconds left, and then that's it for Popocatépetl. But that looks pretty good. And for those who aren't familiar with Popocatépetl, about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. And I don't know if they would have heard that in Mexico City, but I think the local towns around it definitely would have been woken up. It probably set off every car alarm in Mexico. Yeah, and you know what, Mars, when I was in Puerto Vallarta, I hate to say it, but a guy had a car that backfired really loudly, and he was in a parking area, and you know, at first I thought it was a gunshot, but then I could see the smoke coming out of his exhaust pipe and stuff, and I think it was probably about 40 or 50 cars. The car alarms were all going all at the same time. It was hilarious. But anyway, let's leave that alone. Popocatépetl continuing to do its thing, though, and we watched it during the day here, just to get an idea. So a lot of that white puffy smoke still coming out. Earlier we had some with a little bit more tephra and other material in it. I'm just trying to find a decent spot here. Of course, the wind is blowing the smoke or exhaust over to the right hand side, so we're not seeing it as well as we could on this particular thing. So let's look at the golden hour anyway. This was in the morning, and you can see that a wonderful exhaust coming out of there. And let's see, there was in here there was a spot where we had a little bit more. You can see that darker plume, and that's a little bit more tephra and ash in there, so pretty awesome. And I don't know if this actually does go back all the way to it, so we can actually see it again if we wanted to. And this of course is just single speed. If I turn the volume up though, we can probably hear that again. So that's 327. We'll just advance it a little bit. 337. It should be somewhere right around here where it went kablooey. Come on, don't stop moving. There it goes. So yeah, this is just at there 1 frame per second, so it slows it down just a tad bit, but very, very large chunks, and you can see how far that tephra is flying. You know, that some of that was flying several hundred meters away, or several hundred yards, so long distance from the actual blast. And that was a little bit on the scary side to see that. If anyone would have been up on the hill, they'd be gone. That is a pretty nasty boom. Yeah, and that is, it's an awesome view. And, you know, as you're looking at it, a little bit slow motion kind of thing, you see some more of those spurts coming up. And, you know, I didn't actually even try to look at some of the other cameras. Maybe there's some good footage on the other ones as well. So let's see if we can go back on the other ones and see it. We'll go to this one. Oh, and they got commercials. How about this one? Commercials? Yeah, everybody's got commercials. Why not? Click there. All right, 327. Let's go back and see if we can find that wherever it popped. 4. We need to go back another hour, roughly somewhere around here, maybe. Yeah. So this is actually from the other angle, and we'll let's see, 3:37. That's the time. We'll just advance it a little bit, and should be somewhere right around here. And this, of course, being from the longer range angle. Yeah, 420. That's all we can do, and we should see it pop there. There it goes. And that was. Piggy, you can doze off, you can go to sleep if you want, and that's all good. And thanks, Tom, for that 1 minute warning. It is time to take a break. I just wanted to show you this other shot here, so pretty cool. And that, of course, again, 1 frame per second on that camera, so looks a little bit more like slow motion, but you can see this being the other angle, you see how much lava was thrown out from this perspective. So pretty awesome. And I don't know if the volume was up. No, the volume wasn't up on this one. I had the yeah, we just heard some of the residual noise from that, so that's not bad. I don't want to leave the volumes on because they sometimes have cars driving by with music playing and stuff. I don't want to be nabbed for pirating copyright material. So anyway, I thought that was kind of cool, and shared the second view there, so pretty awesome. This is the current view on this one right now, and we'll put this one back to live as well, and that's the other side. So that's what we've got, and we will go take a break, though. I'm going to put you back on how about right about there, and that is Helena crater in Hawaii, and of course that is the vent, southwest vent we're looking at, and a pretty awesome shot. So for those good people who are here, if you haven't hit the like button yet, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome. And on that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava. Here comes some music. Piggy, you have some good night, and rest well, please, okay? And, you know, just sleep. Try to sleep. And Thistle, you be nice to your mama. Okay. Good night, Piggy. And see you guys back here in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Here comes some music. Thanks.
you know Wix. Do you really? First up, we've got shake video maps. You can use different shapes to create completely different...
I hear noise. That was from Popocatépetl. I knew I'd leave that volume up and forget about it. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. And just had to kind of chuckle at Lily's comment. Instead of calling it auto incorrect, she called it auto carrot. Anyway, all cool, and welcome Ray, and thank you for the welcome backs from Albergirl and Sue in Kananaskis country. And let's see, I think that's all for right now. Just reading the chat, thought it was kind of funny. Thank you there, Mr. King. I was 18 seconds behind. Well, I don't know about that. You should maybe hit the a live button. We hear you, Dr. Fox. The ad has stopped. Yep, I killed it real quick. I kind of figured, at least I knew where it was this time. Wonky donkey. No, don't be biting and kill Lily's auto carrots there. Are you careful, and welcome. Anyway, where were we? We were over at Popocatépetl looking at that, but let's see if we can find anything else happening over at, what's the next one on the line? And that is at Fuego. And that one was doing some stuff too this morning, at least I think it was. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, I found it. Okay, so that will work. We'll leave the wonderful Puka there in Hawaii for right now, and that is Hawaiian for whole. And that's what somebody named it. Actually, Kathy nicknamed it, so she is a Hawaiian, so we'll take it from her for now. Anyway, the Southwest event, and we'll leave that be, and we'll go over to our next shot. Of course, it is a volcano gray. We love that, and during the gray periods, it did peak a couple times there, but nothing really good, so we will go back in time to as far back as we can in daylight, well, almost daylight. And we'll get to the early morning and work our way back towards now. So very early this morning, 4:49 a.m., we seen a lenticular cloud built up on top of Fuego. Fuego, of course, is in Guatemala, for those who are not aware of that. And as we go on in time or move ahead, we see the lenticular cloud turned into a hand grabbing the top of the volcano. I don't know, or crab leg or something. Anyway, that dissipated, and as we get to a little bit further in time there, it was in color. It did show this at 5:33 a.m. and a fairly large eruption. If we move that ahead a little bit, you can see that lenticular cloud was trying to hang in there, but also the ripples of the shock wave kind of popped through it a little bit. And most of that flow, because it's very heavy laden gases with ash and tephra in it, it went right over the other side of the hill. So we didn't see that much of this particular boom. But if we move on a little bit further, I'm trying to find the one that popped upward a little bit more. Oh, let me go back a little bit. And there you can see how heavily laden it is with ash. And I'm just wondering if we are going to see right in this area here maybe a little spark. And I thought there was a little bolt of lightning in there, but it might have just been something on the screen. I have no idea, but we'll see if that happened. Anyway, this is 5:51 a.m. and like I say, there's a lot of heavy ash in that gassy tephra material, so that is kind of what we seen there. There were some bigger plumes later on. This one was a little bit more energetic. Let's see if we can get to it, 6:25, and actually, if we back that up, you can see it coming out and straight up. This one had a lot more energy to it, and you can see the color, a very, very dark material, and of course that is letting you know there is a whole bunch of ash and rock and whatever else, lava, gases, etc., in that plume, and you wouldn't want to get hit by it, and that is pretty awesome. So neat to watch these things go straight up, and then once the wind blows it a little bit and it loses the flow or pressure underneath it, then you'll see it kind of start collapsing. This is turning into a little bit of a mushroom cloud up here, kind of neat looking. I thought that one was pretty nice. Anyway, going to advance this 5 seconds at a time here because it's going to take too long. And there you can see it's starting to fall. As what I was saying, the pressure from underneath is off, and we can see it's the lighter materials that stay airborne, and of course the heavies are going to drop off on the other side of that hill. So pretty cool, and that is what Fuego is doing this morning, and it had that going on for a little while. There you can still see it at 6:37, so about 20 minutes worth of just continuous output, and that is very nice to see on Fuego. And then it started rebuilding a cloud around the top of it. I don't know if that one just came in or just decided to build itself there, but it reshaped itself a few times and got bigger, and I don't know if there was some extra moisture in there or something that caused that. And then of course a few more of the other pops, not quite as violent as the first ones that we've seen there, but still they kept on going for a while. So pretty awesome. And around 10 a.m. or so the clouds moved in, and of course then we couldn't see it anymore. We don't get to see the pyroclastic flows very often. Yeah, unfortunately the cameras on the opposite side, the pyroclastic canyons are on the other side of this, and of course the shape of that caldera. There is no other mountain over here, unfortunately, to be able to view it from. So that is what we're stuck with, unfortunately, there. Mars 2028. So anyway, we'll put that back on live so I know where it is, and can always find it with volcano grade descriptors. And looking at the next one, going further south, we go into Nicaragua, and there you can see the caldera. This was from 8:03 this morning, and the lava sitting down there. You can see that dome of, or crest of the lava. This is Messiah volcano, of course, in Nicaragua. I'm surprised we can see all the way down to the lava right now. That's a pretty awesome shot. And don't fall in there. There is no escape. I don't think anybody's coming to get you. If you fall in, you'll likely end up in the lava anyway, and that'll be it. So let's leave that there. Let's go to our next one, and that is a Recon de la Vieja. Unfortunately, yeah, it's got a picture, but we got clouds again. So it's our luck. It's either nighttime or it's clouds. So that's what we got. This photo, of course, from 1548 their time there. And that is what we're seeing, so not much we can say about it. LOL Gemma the Super Kitty saying a night Alba. Okay, good night Alba, if you're leaving. And yeah, have a good yeah, you got to get up early. No worries, Alba. All the best to you, and get some sleep. Moving on to our next volcanoes. We'll start out with the one in Chile called Lascar, and they have a little, these are the 3 Chilean ones we have. We do see some off-gassing from Lascar, but not a heck of a lot. We do see it there. Unfortunately, the wind blowing it the other way it's hard to judge how much is coming out of there. Nonetheless, it is doing its thing, and of course they make these little time lapses. I thought that was really nice, and there we go. Next one is Laguna del Mole, and of course we see how much snow is still sitting there. The lake is clear, so it's not frozen. That tells you it's not that cold, but it's cold enough to keep the snow. Pretty awesome that way, and we'll leave that one be. Go to the next one, and that is Villarrica, our secret volcano of today. And there it is, and you can see it off-gassing in the early morning hours and doing its thing. Yep, lots of snow on there, and I like that shot. It's actually, I think they focused that camera a little bit, which is really a lot better for us. So awesome view, and that is it for those guys. I'm going to put it back on Popocatépetl there so I know where I'm looking, and we'll get to our next scene. And of course we are going to, where the heck are we? We are over there. Got the right screen. Okay, and that is Merapi. And of course right now you can see there is a big glow up on the top of Merapi. It is in the black and white, or IR mode, night mode, so it's going to glow a lot more. I don't know if it was in color earlier, but we did have a few little eruptions. Well, let's get to a couple of them here so we can watch that lava flowing down the hill. This is about 4:12 a.m. Let's make sure, yeah, we'll push that forward just a bit. There we go. And you can see it brightening up big time, and then of course the flow going down the hill. You can also see that in the bottom left hand corner in color. Unfortunately they were using the nighttime cam. It does have a little bit better ability to see that bright lava coming out of there, but you can see the bacon on that bottom left camera. Looks pretty good as it was flowing down the hill. Pretty awesome. Checking my time. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I like that lava flow, and I think it had a kind of a secondary burst just a little bit later here. Yeah, and looking at the distance where that lava is coming down, and it usually reaches about 1 kilometer from the summit area up from up top, so that's quite a bit of material. When you see that going that far or beyond, that's a lot of lava being ejected all in one shot, and to be able to get all the way down the hill like that. And of course every time it cools off, it creates another layer of cake, if you will, on the flow areas, and that builds those up. And of course where that is flowing used to be a very deep canyon. It is no longer. The effusive lava has built it up to the point where it's basically filled the canyon, and is now flowing out over top, which is kind of neat. Okay, Piggy, if you're out there with Arizona, hello. Piggy is likely gone. She went to sleep there, Dave. And Arizona's here somewhere, I think, hiding in the background. He likes that. It's a quieter form. Mind you, he's probably got like 6 dozen cameras open, or 6 dozen channels open, moderating all of them. Anyway, looking pretty good there, and let's see if we expedite this a little bit more. I thought there was another shot out of this one. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was just regular flow. Yeah, I think it was just regular flow coming out of this thing. Nothing too major. And as you can see up top here, yeah, they're a little bit extra. More bacon for you. Sliding back a little bit more, they did show lots more stuff happening there. So let's go to this one here, and we'll expedite that a little bit as well. Make it go, go, go. There it goes. And you can see the flow heading down the hill, and both the color cam down here as well as the black and white up top. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. And I'm looking for finding another bigger one, but I think prior to that the clouds, oh, there's a bigger one. The clouds were in there pretty nasty like for a little while. Let's go to this one here, and this was at 34 minutes after midnight, and this one was a little bit bigger one, and again you can see it was a lot more hazy or cloudy in the area, but you can see the stuff happening down here in that black and white cam. Unfortunately that one, or sorry, the color cam, it's unfortunately it gets really dark there, so hard to see it with all that extra cloud in there. But that was a pretty good burst coming out of there, and we see, I'm just going to push it ahead here. We can see again the material rolling down the hill, so you don't want to be in the way of those effusive lava boulders, and that would hurt if you got nailed by one of them. Some of those things coming down the hill are, 3-4 feet in size, if not bigger. So a meter, meter and a half, not uncommon to see a big chunk like that rolling down the hill. Let's leave that be where it is. Actually, I'm going to put it back to alive so we can see what it looks like right now. Of course, 4:56 a.m. there. We see that lava still bright up top. Going to make that one smaller, go over to our next shot. This, of course, is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. And you can see it is snow covered, but it's also cloud covered right now. They've got some nasty clouds there. I don't know how well we're going to be able to see this. I'm going to about here, and yeah, again, quite a bit of snow and cloud on top of it, so seeing it early in the morning doesn't always work. Let's see, with all that snow, of course, it creates its own little cloud layer. Hard to get rid of that. It's just cold air as the warmer air is moving in. Anyway, that's 7:28 a.m. That's what it looked like. Let's leave it as that. We're going to put that one on live again. There we go. And make it smaller. Going to go over to the next place, and that is the chart. Thank you for the 5-minute warning. And let's refresh that. There we go. Click on this. This is for Taupo. Gives you a little bit more of an idea of what we got seismically in the area. Tongue twister. Anyway, we do see that one spike. That's about 12 hours ago or so. And then it looks like it had a few little shots in here, but nothing really crazy, nothing right off the scale, so we're not going to worry so much about that. This one, of course, you've seen the larger quake from that's already beyond yesterday, a day and a half ago almost, and some just smaller activity. This is, of course, further to the north from the Taupo sensor, so pretty cool to see those two. And we don't mind them. Let's go take a look at our flea market today. There's got to be a flea market. And lo and behold, La Flea Market. And we see it, whoop, I'm wrong button, this one. There's our flea market today. Get your fleas, get your fleas. The truck delivered them yesterday. I remember that. It doesn't look like there's quite as many people there today. Not as many vendors either, so what's going on? Too cold? People are not going out? I don't know what's going on. Anyway, the lake is the caldera for Taupo, the volcano, and of course, unfortunately we can't see it, but there's some cloud in the way. Behind this mountain here, there is the other mountain. It's called Ruapehu, So that's its location. So this is the lava on, no, what do they call it? Volcano lowlands or something? I have no idea, but there's a bunch of volcanoes back there. All cool. Anyway, you can get your fleas, and that is all wonderful, and you can enjoy those. Of course, looking at that shot, it looks like it's been raining there, and that may be the downfall to today's in attendance by millions of people. Anyway, putting it back on normal screen here, and we'll get you back over to the live lava from Kilauea, from Helima crater. And I am going to go take a break, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go away. We've got a bunch more stuff to come after the break. So, hang in there. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button, consider subscribing. Would be awesome. It's only if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Sue Hayes and Sasha and Chanto and Cananesca's country as well. Thank you, guys. Anyway, pretty awesome view, and of course that is live, so we've got live lava on the screen from it's 12:12 there in Hawaii time-wise, so just after lunch or lunchtime, I guess, and that is pretty awesome seeing that. That is really cool, and we like it. I like real lava, not that canned stuff. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. Anyway, as they're panning away, looking at other things, we just kind of really quickly look at the caldera floor there. We do see that some of that lava flow has and is still progressing to pour into the west lava pond, which is kind of cool, and also into the west toe area there. And that is kind of neat stuff. Anyway, that's over here as it's pouring in, and that of course means that whole area is pretty darn full and saturated with fresher lava, and the level is higher here than it is over here in these other areas. But you can see a little bit of a berm there. I'm sure that some of these areas will start to refill as the nature looks for an equilibrium for the height of that lava. We'll see some of that flowing back over into this area and maybe around the edges here as well. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's go back to our next volcano up for bids, and that is this one. That is Semeru. Now, I think their stream already stopped, but I wanted to look at it anyway. That is from 2:25 a.m. Let's see if we progress it a little bit further forward, and maybe even a little bit more. There we go, 2:45. I don't want to go all the way, but yeah, we didn't really see anything flowing there. We did have some cloud on occasion pop in there. And those clouds, of course, make it not so good for visibility. Nonetheless, we are still seeing the very warm spot right there, as well as in here. So there obviously is some heat getting through. Pretty cool, pretty awesome. And of course the caldera up top there, you can see it off-gassing, lava sitting in there. And if we go back another hour or so, like, I didn't see any flows happening, but you know, it's there, it's hot, definitely doing its thing. So if there is any material coming out, it would have been smaller amounts. There you can see a little bit more there. I'm not sure if that was coming out of a hole or whether that actually flowed out of the caldera. Same with this elongated view here. I think that is just a hole in there that's giving it a little extra. And let's see if we go to about here. This is 22:45 yesterday. You can see those different spot locations anyway. Pretty cool, but nothing really spectacular there to talk about. Let's carry on though, and we will take a look. Oh yeah, this may have not worked. Okay, we'll leave that one be. We'll go to our next volcano, and of course that is the picture that he put up. It says live, but I don't believe that is live. Oh, let's go, maybe it is. Let's go back in time a little bit here then, and we'll see what we got here. Right about here, it says it started about 3 hours ago. This is about an hour and a half ago. Looking at Mayon volcano there in the Philippines, and of course that is from our wonderful Lava TV cabs. So if you guys, I should make that bigger. If you guys are interested in going over to that channel, I will post the link here, and if you haven't subscribed to his channel, you might want to consider doing that. And if you are over there, even on one of the videos or something, just drop a comment that you came from Dr. Fox's, just so he knows where the traffic is coming from. Anyway, let's move that ahead a little bit. There's a cloud in the way, and clouds are hard to focus on. So that's what's happening with the camera. It's trying to focus, but not doing so well. We got a thunderstorm happening here, so that's okay. Hopefully it'll be all right. You can see that lava moving down quite a ways, and unfortunately with the cloud, like I said, the focus isn't the greatest. We've seen that plume going this way as well, so I'm just trying to expedite this a little so we can see lava, but it's not loving me. If we move it to about here, yeah, it's hard to see. He is a fair distance away from the volcano, but just using a cell phone basically for his camera. And that cell phone, of course, likes to try to focus on, whatever is closest, and it ends up getting into the clouds, of course. But definitely some, traffic near the volcano. Yeah, you see some lights down here. I don't know if this is roadblocks or what this is flashing in the foreground, but that is okay. And let's see, earlier, again, visibility not the greatest. This is about 2 hours and 50 minutes ago, and that's what we were seeing there. So a little bit of lava coming out, and definitely doing its thing. And yeah, you can see it veering off to this side. The other ones we were seeing coming straight down. So obviously has several paths that it likes to take, and that is pretty cool, and we like that. Anyway, we'll leave Mayon be. We'll put it back to alive. That is the current condition in the daylight as the day progresses. So that lava flow is going this way as well as down here, and you can actually see the smoke from that in this direction as well as in here. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and we'll leave that guy be. We will go to our next one, and we're going to see if Taal is live. I don't know if he is. Oh, it says alive right there. And let's take a look and see what's going on there. That is Taal, and yep, that is. Why is that not saying live now? Skip ahead to a live broadcast. I did, and it doesn't love me. There we go. That is live now. So yeah, that is Taal, and you can see quite a plume coming out of there as far as ash, ash or more like gas, steam from the caldera in here. Of course, we are, that is a Taal volcano within the Taal caldera, which is technically so you got a volcano within a volcano. Anyway, that's what we're looking at, and of course that lake in there will raise in temperature quite dramatically, and of course the higher temperature causes steam, and it is somewhat of an acidic lake as well, so don't be going swimming in there as of late. And now that's a tall steam cloud. Yep, it is indeed a tall steam cloud. The volcano itself, though, the highest peak that it reaches is just over 1,000 feet. I think 1,038 feet is the height of it, so it's actually not too tall. It's kind of actually, for a volcano, it's kind of a short. Short? Okay, never mind. Anyway, I figured I'd throw that in real quick so everyone could see Taal is still working away, and we do like that, so that is awesome. And thank you to all meditation for providing that feed. That is all cool. So like that. That is right on. Anyway, that is not moving, well, because it's moving so slowly, it's hard to tell. It is moving. If you put your little hamster somewhere, you can watch that steam going away from the hamster. So that is pretty awesome. Anyway, slow moving, nice, peaceful morning there in the Philippines, and we can leave it as that. And I like that plume. All right, let's make that one smaller, and we will get on to our, well, I want to leave that here. We'll get on to our next volcano, and I just got to make sure I'm on the right page here. Since I had to reboot, we'll see what we've got there. Speaking of tall volcanoes and stuff, how about we go to Stromboli for a minute, and we'll go over there. Okay, Stromboli, we are seeing some stars up in the sky there, and of course there, and there. And this is the brewing point. We're not seeing too much light emanating from it right now. Just some, we know there's lava there, obviously, to light it up. And on occasion we see a little outburst, but right now we're not seeing a heck of a lot. And of course down here in the thermal, not seeing anything there either. The other thermal, let me see if I can get that one on the screen. We'll do a quick screen grab and just throw that on as well, and move it down here. You can see a little bit of glow right in this area, so you know there's a little bit of action happening, and you can see that in the other spots as well. So yeah, kind of nice to see a little bit of activity there at Stromboli. So on those notes, let's carry on. We're going to maybe take a peek at this one. This, of course, is going to be our wonderful Yellowstone. There we go. Yellowstone National Park. Old Faithful is right there. I don't know when that's going to blow. There's not too many people here waiting for it, but we'll see. But this is their new HD camera. That looks pretty awesome, and we like that. Hopefully, well, one thing I noticed, they didn't put it on kind of a panning situation as of yet. It's still pretty much just a still camera. For right now, they haven't put any patterns into it or anything like that. So we'll see what happens once they start zooming in on things with this. Yes, it is a new camera there, Sasha, and they are now transmitting in HD at 1080p or maybe even higher. So really, really awesome to see that they finally upgraded it. And you know, 720p was a little bit on the humdrum side for a larger screen. Nonetheless, there is our wonderful Old Faithful, and I don't know if it's going to pop or not. We'll see what happens. Next one we can go over to is have a quick look there at our wonderful Mount Etna. And if we go back, well, we can go back quite a ways today, and we can actually see it. The clouds aren't that bad there today. This was at 12:41, and you can see Mount Etna, but there's still some cloud on top, so hard to see what's actually coming out. If we move ahead in time a little bit, 13:15, there you go. You can see a little bit of smoke emanating from this vent over here by itself, and of course the top area definitely venting or off-gassing up top. And we're unable to see the stuff from the southeast crater, and we'll see if we can go ahead a bunch here and pass some of those clouds. And we did have some nasty clouds in there earlier, And let's go to about here. Yeah, this is 5:43 p.m. Still seeing just a little bit of fog or a tephra or whatever you want to call it, gases coming out at that point. Also seeing a little bit more here, and maybe a little bit of a plume coming from the backside, so from the southeast area. Let's go back a little bit more, and again, hard to see that smoke from the southeast crater since this is all drifting in that general direction. You do see a little plume right there from that one on the right as well. So looking pretty good. I figured we'd get that out of the way, and that is Mount Etna. Oh, I wanted to, while we're here, no, not this one, take a look at the seismicity and see what our chart is doing. So, yeah, we are seeing the activity sitting right on the line and in an upward trend right now. So we may be able to see something happening there yet. And of course, you know, anything above that line is going to be some kind of an eruption. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll leave that one alone. Did I make that one smaller? Yep, I did. That one's okay. This one's okay. We'll go to this next. Have a report on Piton del Formes volcano, La Reunion Island. I think we went through this yesterday. Actually, we did. Never mind. And we can leave that be. I just wanted to remind everyone it's did pick up a bunch from what we've seen before. Of course, Piton del La Formes is 8,600 feet in height, or 2,631 meters. It's not a small little volcano. Huge, really. And I don't know if we can see any of these other ones. Let's see if, no, I don't want barbecues. What the heck is this thing trying to do? I'm trying to see the shots here. It's not showing me. Some of them work, some of them don't. Yeah, accept. Okay, I'm not sure where this is, but that is not a bad picture. I figured, well, we'll have a look at that. And I thought it'd be cool. Maybe Yvonne Kunkel will get to see an eruption after all. Well, hopefully. Anyway, this is our wonderful Piton del La Formes. And I'm not sure when that photo is actually taken. It doesn't say. But it's a nice shot. So really cool, really awesome. Let's leave it as that for right now. And that is actually, if you guys want, I'm going to copy that and just drop that link in here as well. Since they do have some nice pictures and stuff, you might want to take a look at that. All right, let's leave that be, and we'll go take a look at other stuff. Let's go to Japan. And Japan is always a nice place. Why am I so far behind here? All right. Japan, where are you? Let's put this one back on there first. And there is Japan. The ice cream boat is in, but it is very foggy. Oh, hang on, the ice cream boat left. Never mind. And my screen was frozen. There he is. They're driving away. Quick, if you swim after him, you might catch him. Anyway, hard to see what the heck is going on there today with the rain and the inclement weather. And that is kind of what we've got going on there at Sakurajima in Japan. Sakurajima, not very visible there. Let's go to the other shot here. This is the close-up view, and again, not very visible. Unfortunately, they changed it so we cannot go back in time to be able to see what happened earlier on this particular stream, and it's unfortunate they did that. but we'll make that one smaller, and we're going to carry on. Close-up crater cam, not going to be able to see a darn thing. It's all grayed out. This is one of the other streams, and they do allow us to go back. And this, of course, it's not the high-def picture, but at least you can see what was going on there earlier. A little bit of a light added to it there. So that is on a slightly different location in comparison to the one we were just looking at, but still nice to be able to see that. And that is, of course, what we had on there this morning. So kind of just sitting there cooking a little bit, not doing anything really crazy. And that's kind of where we're at. So you can see some of that ejecta underneath there. So it is active, but there's also weather in the area and hard to see. And that's what we got for that one. Let's go to our next view. And this one, of course, with the rain happening, there's a raindrop right in the spot where we want to look. And of course, that is ASO, and ASO-san is doing its thing, smoking. It is actually break time for me, so I'm just going to finish this one off real quick, and we'll go take a look at the other one as well. There's a little bit more clarity prior to the rainfall. We can see ASO off-gassing out of this particular vent, and likely throwing out a lot of SO2 in addition to that steam that's coming out of there. Let's put him back on live, and we will make that smaller. Go to the next one, and this one is Asama. Asama-san is about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, and looking at what we've got there, looking not bad. I'm just hoping, yeah. Unfortunately, with the gray sky there, it's very difficult to tell how much is being off-gassed out of that volcano. Not the best shots, but hey, it almost looks quiet right now. Let's go back a little bit further into the night and take a look there. Hard to tell if there's anything coming out, so we'll leave it as that. I'm going to put him back on live, and we'll see what the SO2 map shows later. Anyway, the ice cream boat, we're going to check on that afterwards, and for right now, I'm going to put you back on our wonderful lava at our Halema-Uma'u crater, and there they are showing the live shot of the west lava fountain, and as that lava is pouring in over the edges and coming into that crater rather than coming in via some other vent underneath. So very cool to see that, and it's refilling that lava pond. Awesome. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick pop. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, you might want to consider subscribing. And yes, it is raining here. You know, like we need more rain. This morning I moved the bunny dome over a little bit, so that area that wasn't getting rained upon is now getting some fresh water. So hopefully the grasses will grow and keep the bunnies fed. We had the two bunnies in here last night. Of course, LB, which is the mama, she is now officially the matriarch of Bunnyland, and one of her little ones was with her, and I decided to name that little one because he has a really long white tail. I'm calling him Taily. Taily. So Taily, Taily. And I thought that is moving away from some of the other names that we've had there. So anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Let you watch our wonderful Halema-Uma'u crater live from Hawaii. And that is, of course, the USGS feed. And here we go with some music. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Ah, the fun we have. It's amazing. Hey, who's that coughing? Stop that already. Welcome back, everyone. And it's been on. Oh, okay. I did leave the microphone on. I did hit the button when I left here, so welcome back. And coughing. Yeah, awesome. I hope you didn't hear too much of that noise or me swearing or anything. Frog in the throat. Okay, hot mic. Okay, gotta watch out for that hot mic. That button on that microphone has been pressed too many times, I think, and it's not liking me. and that is okay. Piggy choking? No. I hear the lighter click on. The lighter clicked on? Oh, okay. Dr. Fox, I don't know you knew that language. What language, Piggy? Oh, boy. Anyway, we're all good. Let's carry on with what we got to do next. And that, of course, is our wonderful volcano report. As soon as I can find it. I got bombarded with a bunch of emails today. So, okay, here we go. Not that many in the report. We had a three from last night. We'll carry on with those. Sailor language. Arr, Sasha. We don't know sailor language. Arr. Anyway, late Friday's volcano activity. 3 volcanoes. And yes, I see that. Only the one. And Mayon and Luzon Island, Philippines, eruption 2 at 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 21:30. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, volcanic ash or constant volcanic ash 2, 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, and reported at 22:15. And Sakurajima in Japan erupted 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 22:30. And we had 6 volcanoes for today, and we will throw those out. And Suwanosejima in Japan erupted 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight. And then exploded a volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 11:45 this morning. Sabancaya in, where is that? Peru. I was going to say, isn't that in Peru? But it is. Sabancaya in Peru, intermittent emissions to 25,000 feet, 7,600 meters, reported at 1:30 in the morning, and then continuous ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 13:30. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, frequent volcanic ash continues to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 6 a.m. Mayon on Luzon Island in the Philippines erupted eruption, volcanic ash, unknown height, reported at 10:15 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, and that is at 10:30 a.m. Fuego and Guatemala, new volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1,400 in the clouds, of course, and that's how they report it, right? Anyway, that's our volcano report for today. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. And yeah, sometimes there's a little less activity, and that is okay. We don't mind that, so all good. And and also known as a New Jersey language. Arr. Okay, I didn't know they go arr in New Jersey. Arr, I'd be a sailor. Anyway, awesome. Okay, so of course what we're seeing on the screen is the continued flow from that southwest event, and it looks just awesome. It's just crazy. Now I'm wondering if this thing is going to break, and I'm wondering if the break point. I'm just going to see if I can get my hamster working on there. Oh, hamster is on. Okay, so break point. If this wall here, like you see this lava falling down right along the edge of the wall, and I'm wondering if it's going to soften or grind away at it, because you know that's basically liquid rock coming down. So some of it has already cooled, as you can see some of the little darker chunks, and that will act like, well, beyond sandpaper, but obviously it's going to continue to eat away at that wall. Eventually we're going to see this thing break out, and I think the wall is going to get thinner and thinner up top here as well. It depends on how much real gritty material is in there. We'll likely see this piece break out, or at least a portion thereof, and we'll see what happens. Kevin Williams, what happened to Ta'al? Ta'al? Anyway. Okay, so they've moved the camera around a little bit. I think we'll leave that be right now. Let's go over and take a look at our earthquakes for today. Volcano verse showing Ta'al off gas quite well at the moment. Okay, Ta'al. Okay. What we just showed is what you're saying there, Kevin. Okay, no worries. I hope they're okay with that. And let's get over to the earthquake map. There it is. And I got to get myself onto it. I got to find where it went. There it is. Found it. Okay, looking at the earthquakes. Let's start up here. We'll get to these in a bit. I'm going to start up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Nothing up there. And we do have a whole bunch in Japan, so we'll get to them as we get around it. We do have this one, 3.2, 17 kilometers of west of Anchor, Alaska, Anchor Point, Alaska. Nothing too big up there. Sliding down, we do see some smaller shakers right around the Eureka area. 2.2 out there from yesterday, 2306, and this one, Ferndale area, 3.0 from 1058, and it's quite a ways out, so hopefully they didn't feel much. Looking down here, and we see this one, kind of a strange place, 2.6, and that was from yesterday at 1719. And 7.1 kilometers down. Don't know if anybody felt that one, but it is there. And of course the San Andreas Fault there, turning into the Imperial Fault as we go further down the coast. And speaking of Imperial Fault, this one is a 5.3 down at Panama. Came in yesterday from 2258, 16.9 kilometers down. As we head further south, we see this guy here, 4.7, near the coast of northern Peru. And that is what we got. So if it's near, well, it is near. Anyway, 4.7, 10 kilometers down for that guy. Sliding down a little bit more, and this is in Chile, a 4.2. 1748 is the time on that, and that's at 31.3 kilometers depth. The next one, Argentina, 4.2 from today, 18 minutes after midnight, at 228 kilometers, or 228.6 kilometers down. And we'll close that one out. Going to zoom out a little bit. We don't see anything over here in South Sandwich Island region. And we'll carry on. We don't see anything directly at New Zealand, but we do have a few out here in the Tonga region. And as mentioned, we had a 6.0, and that was from 5:26 this morning our time, and 35 kilometers down for that. And we have a couple of smaller ones there, 4.6 Tonga region, 7:37 a.m., 10 clicks down, and a 4.9 from 11:20, 22.8 kilometers down for that guy. And as we continue on, we do have this one in Fiji, 4.3, 6:19 a.m., 579.6 kilometers down. Next one is a 5.7. They have downgraded that, and that was a 6.2 originally, and they did pull it back a bunch. And anyway, from a 12:44 our time, 10 kilometers down for that. And sliding over, Papua New Guinea had a small one here, 4.6, 15:21 was the time, 189.4 kilometers down. We see one near Luotolak, well, that's a little bit further over, I think, 4.4, and that's Ratang area of Indonesia. 10:35 was the time on that, at 184.4 kilometers down. Looking at the other end here, we don't see anything new on Sumatra or Java. Nothing new here in the Guam area or the islands. And moving over, there's one here. That is a 5.5 at Babuyan Island, if I said it correctly. 4:15 a.m. there in the Philippines. 34.4 kilometers down for that guy. And let's carry on and look for others. So Japan, well, you can see that fault going through there. We do have this one, 4.3 from 7:42 a.m. our time, 221.6 kilometers down for that 4.3. And then we've got a 4.5 from 8:10, 10 clicks down, 4.9 from yesterday, 22:57, 10 clicks down, 5.6 from yesterday at 18:26, 49.5 kilometers down, 5.0 from 5:42, and that was 48.9 kilometers down. Next one is a 4.3, and that happened at 3:37 this morning, 61.5 kilometers down. Then we had this one, Coral Island region, 4.8, and that is from 17:53 yesterday, 28.7 kilometers down. The other one out here, they're still calling it Coral Islands, but it is a 5.7. 5:36 is the time, 417.7 kilometers down. We already got the Kamchatka Peninsula, so let's carry on. Let's just zoom out, double check down on the bottom, nothing else there. Let's go up here. Is that China or Kashmir? Okay, that's from 14:46, today 4.4, 10 kilometers down. This is in India, 4.3, and 10:25 a.m. is the time, 27.1 kilometers down. This is Tajikistan, 4.3, 20:46 is the time, and 122.1 kilometers down. Next one is 4.4, and that came in at 17:02 today, 10 kilometers down for him. Looking down here, and the Gulf of Aden, another one, a 4.7 from 1955 yesterday, and that is 10 kilometers down. That, of course, makes the Arabian microplate move a little bit. Every time we get a quake here, it seems to cause more quakes on the other end. Looking at the other side, we see a 4.3 in Turkey, southern end, and that is from 16:02 our time, 10 kilometers down. The next one over here is in Iran, 4.5, 6:30 this morning our time, 10 kilometers down for that one. And we see one here in Romania, 4.0, and that's 4:13 a.m., 120.2 kilometers down. Thank you for that 5-minute warning there, Sue. I got that. And of course, the last one on our list today is this one, 3.9 in France. Tanto, well, that's getting close to Tanto's area from 2027 yesterday, and 5 kilometers down for that one. Sliding over real quick to, where's those Hawaiian Islands? They drifted off on us, darn it. You can chase her, Sue. Who can chase? Oh, don't be chasing. Oh, boy. Chasing is not good. Anyway, it doesn't look like there's that many quakes. This one's really far out in the water, though. 3.1, 3 a.m. That would have been midnight Hawaii time. And that's 10 kilometers down. That's quite a distance out. Louis Seabound is here, right in that spot. So this one is a 2.0 from 8:10, and that's 7.6 kilometers down for that one. Then the rest of Pahala area here will get a little closer. 1.9, 6:42 is the time on it, 29.6 clicks down. And we have 2.0 from 11:28, 34.3 kilometers down. Next one is a 1.8 from 23:28 yesterday, 30.2 kilometers down. 2.1 from yesterday, 2018, 34.5 kilometers down, and a 1.8 from 2029, 31.2 kilometers down for that guy. Looking at the rest of it, we'll grab this, and that's a 1.7, and that is a little ways from Kilauea, but not that much. 15:21 is the time on it, our time, so that'll be like, what is it, 12:21 their time, or just after lunch. 31.4 kilometers down for him. And that is it for our earthquakes here. I don't think there's too much new stuff there, and the Canary Islands will have a look at what's there just as soon as it refreshes. We do have one brand new quake up top on the mountain. 1.4, 14 kilometers down, came in at 21:13. The other ones are from yesterday. 23:34, 4 kilometers down for that 1.4. And that would have been right underneath the lava flows there somewhere, so it could be a compression issue. And the other one is a 1.9, 13 kilometers down from 14:12 yesterday. On that note, we'll put that one back here, get you back over to the lovely southwest event in Helima-Umo crater, and of course that is Kilauea, and on the big island of Hawaii in the state of Hawaii, out in the middle of the Pacific. That's an awesome place. On that note, don't go away. We've got the SO2 coming up and the weather after the break, so keep smiling, and I'll be back. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. We don't have enough likes. We're trying to get over that 100. Somebody give it a couple of bops or something. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. I haven't lost it. Not yet, anyway. I'm working on it, though. I can assure you that. A little bit of fun, but I'll be okay in the morning. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs there from Mars 2028. And Sue and Looney Dr. Fox, welcome back. Thank you. Come on, I just have to have a little bit of fun every once in a while. I'm a kid at heart, you know that. Thank you, Grandma B. That is awesome. Anyway, getting back. One fish saying welcome back as well. That's cool. And Sue Hayes, I think the magpies drove Dr. Fox batty. Just about. We got stay kids when yeah. And thanks for calling. I would not. Okay. Unwashed socks. Oh boy. Yeah. Tom, for the shipping, it's more expensive for the shipping than it is to buy new socks. Why don't you just do that? Just saying, you know. Anyway, let's get at our next thing, and of course that is looking at our SO2 map. I'm going to refresh that. And of course we'll get that on the screen. Let's see if we can find that real quick. Should be right about here. All right. So, yeah, first thing I look at is what the heck? We got rain today, rain Sunday, rain Monday, and rain Tuesday. Anybody got a boat I can borrow? Anyway, let's leave that alone and not worry. I'm sure the boat will be fine. Looking at what we've got there on the Kamchatka Peninsula, we are still continuing to see that pluming out. This area here was some of that residual stuff from here, so we'll leave that be, but it looks like Shivelish up here, as well as Bezimiani and Klyashevskoy doing their thing, and further down Karimsky probably working away too. That is what we've got. Sends my leaky canoe. I hope it's good enough, Dr. Fox. Well, hey, I got some duct tape. We can fix that. Gorilla tape, actually. That'll work. It'll stick and make sure that the holes are filled. I'm seeing some pluming coming out of our Alaskan area here too, and not sure what that's actually being caused by, but let's leave that alone. Looks pretty clear up in northern Canada. It looks like a lot less there in British Columbia and Alberta and Saskatchewan. I think some of those fires may be feeling some of that rain, I'm hoping. We do see some extra plumes up in northern Ontario. Hope those are not fires as well. We do still see that SO2 up in Quebec, and likely fire-related SO2 plumes. Not so much plumage going on here in the eastern side of the country. Nova Scotia looks like they probably got those fires under control now. Getting into the United States, western portions look fairly clear. And actually the eastern ones aren't that bad either. It's down in the south where they are getting a lot of that residual SO2 coming off of Popocatépetl, and you can see that circulation going all the way up into going southern Arizona, New Mexico, as well as through Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas, and then heading back down through Louisiana and portions of Mississippi, and back out into the Gulf. So big circulation there from Popocatépetl. Central American volcanoes are still doing their thing. Most of it is in the Pacific, but we see here in Costa Rica it has drifted a little bit on into the I guess we'll call it the Caribbean Sea area there. So Looks like pretty normal until we get down to the bottom end of Peru. Picks up again a little bit from Sabancaya. And then, of course, we have industrial as well as volcanic stuff, and Chile doing its thing. Looking out here, I wanted to check this. This is Michael Volcano in the South Sandwich Islands doing its thing. Quack, quack, Dr. Fox. Yep, I'm feeling like that. Anyway, we've got a couple things going on here. So the one is the residual one that is left over and floating this way. The other one is from Easter Island area. So that's what's going on here. And so let's not get these fancy symbolic letters mixed up with each other. And let's go here, and it looks like we got a circulation here, likely some rain happening in New Zealand, and White Isle volcano, of course, putting out SO2, but not that much, so we'll leave it as that. Melbourne area, not seeing too much from the oil refinery. We do see some stuff from Sydney area, or to the north there from the coking plants. Tofua out here in Tonga still doing its thing. Looks like Yasur taking it easy today. And of course Eoba and Agawa there in Vanuatu working pretty normally from the looks of things. Same thing goes for what's happening in Papua New Guinea. And of course our plume that comes from Luotolak has moved up a little bit and then kind of dips back in and gets, I guess there's a circulation here. It's kind of being pushed around a little bit. And Semaru right in this spot. And then of course this is the plume coming out from Merapi. And then we see increased levels over here again. And you notice this is kind of right in between. This is Krakatau. This is Jakarta. Which one did it? I don't know, but probably both. What is it? Currency and Marapi in this area making that, and Sinabung over here causing a lot of this, as well as, well, Singapore and those areas. They've got a lot of people there as well. And let's see, this would be from Bulusan. No. What is it? Ibu and Dakono. Sorry, not Bulasan. Ibu and Dakono. This one up here would be from Mayon and Bulasan. So that's what we've got there. And of course we know Taal is off-gassing heavily today and doing its thing. So we've seen that on the video earlier, or live cam I should say. And there's Taiwan, nothing new there. Not so much from Suwanoshijima, but Sakurajima definitely has a very heavy plume around it. And I'm not sure what all, if some of that drifted across the pond, but it definitely looks like we've got a heavy area there for Sakurajima, and ASO as well is continuing to put out a lot of gassy material. Moving up here to Tokyo, we see Tokyo area fairly heavy, and then it kind of lightens up here, and then this area will be from Asama. And Asama is doing a good job of throwing out some SO2. We do see the other stuff, though, coming in from China and Russia as well. Moving on, India, eastern side, very heavy. Looks like the other areas are okay. And it looks like this is the circulation of that storm. It's moved inland quite a bit. Still doesn't look like it's weakened very much. Looking pretty heavy from South Africa. And then, of course, Democratic Republic of the Congo doing its thing, Goma 1 and 2 continuing. Still very hard to tell what's going on here, if our wonderful Erta ale is actually producing anything, or is that all coming in from Saudi Arabia? And of course the other spots here that we see that are dark are from the oil refineries. So Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq and Iran have a lot of refineries there. And zooming into what's going here, that will be from our wonderful Mount Etna, as well as Stromboli. Not sure how much is actually coming from Volcano, but most of that will be from Etna, and a little portion from Stromboli for what we see. The other areas here, I'm not sure why we're seeing elevated levels of SO2 in Morocco. That's kind of a weird thing. Looks like Spain, Portugal, France are really clean. Germany's got a little bit there of SO2. Looking at the northern sides here, not that bad up north. England is definitely got some SO2 going all the way up into Scotland. Looks like Ireland is okay. And seeing what we got there in Iceland, we're pretty clean there. So that is our SO2 report for today. Let's carry on with our weather, and hopefully we will see reasonable weather, and we'll try that. So looks pretty hot down in the southern states, and we'll start out by looking at Alaska, though. We see up to 24 degrees up there right now. That is awesome. Anyway, they are getting longer and longer days, so that heat will stick around. We also see up to about 21, 22 in some places in the Yukon, so really nice there. Looks like that cold is just a little bit into the, I guess, the coastline here, trying to regain some ground, and of course the Mackenzie River Valley showing up to about 22 degrees in some places. It was 24 up there yesterday, so a little bit better, but still looking really warm there in comparison to the normal temperatures. And we also see over here Nunavut, they got up to about 23 degrees in the southern portions. British Columbia has got some cold areas in the mountains, but southern British Columbia, beautiful temperatures, and seeing about 18 degrees in Vancouver, about 18 or so over there on the Rock for Bob as well. And a canoe, thanks, I need that. I'm trying to get it settled again, King. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, a piggy, if you have to get a nap and you want to go try again, go for it. Looks like about 26, 27 down in the Soyuz, the desert, and then 21 in Penticton, 24 in Kelowna, and about 23, 24 in Vernon as well. Edmonton, not quite so warm today. We got 18 degrees, and we got about 18 in Calgary. And the southern areas here, Lethbridge up to 24. Medicine Hat a little bit warmer at 26. Kananaskis country is Swift Current, and they're about 21 degrees according to the map. And moving over, looks like it is warmer, well, a little bit warmer than here anyway. 24 in Winnipeg, and about 24, 25, or maybe even up to 26 there for our wonderful Judy. And let's see, 28 degrees there for those people up in northern Ontario. That is actually pretty good temperatures. Wow, they're warmer than the south. Only about 23 there in Toronto. And we got about 22 in London, Detroit, about 25 degrees. And that is getting up there. Grand Rapids there, 24. Chicago coming in at about 19, 20, depending on where you are. And Milwaukee about 17 to about 22 from what I see there. But some nice temperatures in the Midwest area here, getting pretty warm, lots of 30s. Moving on though, let's see, Montreal 15, and we see Quebec at 12. We do see a low here. I'm wondering if that is really cooling things off. It is drawing in a bunch of cold air. We do see that in New Brunswick, and we see up to 14 degrees, but Also down to about 6, I think, in some places, or maybe 7. Yeah, there's the 6s, and that's what I thought I seen. And let's see what we got there for Halifax, coming in at about 13, 14. And we see up to about 19 degrees some places in Nova Scotia, but for the most part, that is about what it is. And let's see, Cole Harbour, 13 degrees. Yeah, so that's not far off what we've got there in Halifax as well. Looking at Newfoundland, up to about 15 degrees on the bottom section here, but single digits up on the top, 5, 6 degrees, even some 4s in there, so hopefully they'll stay warm, a little bit warmer there, and then 4 or 5 on the Avalon Peninsula, so we'll leave that be. Let's continue. We'll go down the side here. 15 in Boston with that low churning away. 23 in New York, Philadelphia about 24, Virginia Beach coming in at 24. Grandma B's house, wow, 29 degrees Celsius. She's definitely over that 80 mark, so, and Fahrenheit. And Charlotte, North Carolina, 28 as well. And as we get over here, 30 in Atlanta. Wow, it's the humidity that's going to kill you. And we are seeing 29 in Jacksonville. And we are seeing, mid-80s here in DC Metro. Cool. Gainesville is coming in at 28. Why is Orlando not there? There's 24 in Orlando. Miami just on the edge of 27, 28 degrees. Looks like a little cooler there, but then you get on the other side, Cape Coral area, about 31. So pretty awesome that way. Let's go over a little bit more here and take a look at some of the other ones. So we got Atlanta 31. We are sitting at 33, 34 in New Orleans. Wow. Temperatures getting up there. We do see some 37 degree temperatures there. And what is that? That is Louisiana. And wow, 37 degrees. That is getting warm. Going down here a little bit more, we see a 39, 40, 41 down in Texas. And even this convergence here, we're seeing 41 degrees up here as well. San Antonio 36, Houston 37, and Austin coming in at 34, Dallas 34 degrees today. Wow, that is warm. Oklahoma City about 31 degrees. Little Rock, Arkansas was 33, so they're all basking in the sunshine. Let's take a look at Albuquerque, New Mexico, 31 as well. And Mr. Snowman, I hope you're sitting in your freezer. It's 39 degrees Celsius there in Phoenix, and 38 in Houston, or Tucson. Ugh. 40 there in Mexicali. We see up to 41 degrees along the border. So that is quite warm. Let's see if we got some hot spots. Looking for Death Valley, 42 degrees. Yeah, wow. 43 I see on the map in some spots. Oh, 44 as well. So very, very hot there. 44 is the record so far for what we're seeing. And that is pretty good for a hot spot today. Los Angeles about 23, 24 degrees. Moving up a little bit, we know Bakersfield is 36. We got about 22 to 24 in San Jose, and looks like about 20 or so. And the northern side by San Francisco. There we go. 16 there in San Francisco itself. Yeah. Let's go up north a little bit more. We'll take a look up here in Redding at 34 degrees. And what do we got? Eugene coming in at 21. Medford about 27 there, and Portland coming in at about 16. So a big difference in temperature, but lots of heat there. Sliding down though, we seen 44 in Death Valley. We do see a 43 right there in Mexico. I just seen a 45. So Mexico holding it at 46 degrees Celsius now. There we go. So on the map, wow, 46, and that is cooking. And yep, you want to stay cool. If you're in Mexico, the words to remember are cerveza por favor. And yeah, that'll help you cool off. Mexico City coming in about 29, 30, down to 28. So depending on where you are, that's pretty warm. And of course, there we've got a 43, 44 in some of those spots. Wow, we're seeing a 44. It's not the 46 we've seen up higher there though. But yeah, still very, very warm in these areas. And let's see what the Yucatan area looks like. Yeah, tipping right around that 40-degree mark, 41 in some spots on the Yucatan. So Mexico, quite hot. They hold the hot spot, 46 Celsius. Looks like Colombia, lowlands here, up to about 31. And the same thing goes for the Venezuelan side. And we see much cooler temperatures, though, in the other areas, and that includes the jungle with 23, 24 degrees. And that same thing kind of goes for what we're seeing in portions of Peru, and of course the jungle areas there in Ecuador. The coastal areas are a lot warmer. Guayaquil is 28 as an example, and you get into Quito, depending on where you point, 14 degrees there. We're seeing 28, 29 out here in this portion of Brazil, sliding down a little bit more. Looks like about 19 in Rio de Janeiro, 11 in Sao Paulo, 11 or 12. And the further south we go, the worse it gets. Looks like Paraguay quite cool with temperatures from about 12 to 15 degrees. Buenos Aires coming in at 9 right now. Paysandú coming in at about 9 degrees Celsius as well. And looking at the rest of the areas here, very cold, single digits, and even negative temperatures there in places, many places in southern Argentina. Moving over a little bit, and we'll get over to New Zealand, and we'll take a look at Christchurch, 12 degrees, and the single digits in the interior for the most part, anywhere from a 2 to about 7 or 8 I see. So fairly cold. The coastal areas a little bit warmer, but not by much. Wellington coming in at about 14 or 15. Hastings coming in at 13 degrees. And it is just about break time, so I'm going to do that right away. Taupo, 12, and we see about 14, 15 degrees there in the Bay of Plenty, and going up here looking at Auckland, 13 degrees, and we'll just do Australia, and then we'll take a break. And looking at Hobart, 7 or 8 degrees, looks cold there, anywhere from the 0 temperatures to about 8 degrees, and the interior coastal areas slightly warmer with 10, 11 degrees. So we'll leave that. And Australia, 9 in Melbourne, Adelaide coming in at about 10. Canberra is sitting at 6, Sydney is at 12, and home of Oz up here in Brisbane sitting at 14. Cold, that is winter time, and 9 in Perth. So that's it. We'll come back after the break. We'll go from Fiji onward. So all good. And Philomena is back saying, hello everyone. Is this live? Yep, Philomena, this is live still, so all good. And I'm going to go take a break though, so we'll put you back on live Hawaii feed, and that is from our wonderful Helima Uma'u crater, and we'll leave that on there for now. For right now, I'm going to go take a break though, so let me have that break. I'm going to make sure I get my microphone turned off, otherwise you'll hear me swearing in foreign languages, and we wouldn't want that. Or coughing or something. We'll see what happens. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're peeking on in. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks, guys. Here's some music. And I am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and yes, it's a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome back from Sue. And I guess the rest of them are sleeping, or something like that. Or Sharon is getting herself a coffee. One of the two. Anyway, let's carry on with our wonderful weather. And whoa, what happened here? Something just moved. Okay, trying to click the right buttons here. Hopefully, there it is. I hear you and that adorable laugh. All right. I thought it was a nice little laugh. It's kind of cute. Let's get back over onto the weather map. I gotta find that thing real quick. There we go. Anyway, we finished with Australia. Wanted to get into a Fiji area, 24, 25 degrees. Those people in Tonga, anywhere from about 21 to 25, 26 as well. And the further north you go there, of course, the American Samoa area, probably a little bit warmer at 26, 27, 28. Not quite so warm there in Vanuatu. Looks like still fairly cool there in Papua New Guinea and eastern Indonesia as well. Still early in the morning though, give it some time. It will warm up for them. On Java and Sumatra, we are only seeing about 27 in Singapore right now. And looking at about 27, 28 degrees there in Bangkok as well. So pretty cool. And that is, yeah, they're right on the money. All right, thank you, Sue. About 29 in Manila. Looks like about that in most of the Fijian, in the Philippine area. So pretty cool. Looks like that storm sitting off the coast of Japan, and of course probably making it slightly cooler, but still seeing 22 degrees in Kagoshima, whereas down on the other islands we see that cutoff line right here, a lot warmer, and the southern portions. Moving up a little bit, let's take a look at Tokyo. They are up to 25, 26, 27 degrees in some places, not bad temps. Sapporo up here is 17, and not that bad for them. And Kamchatka Peninsula up to about 14 degrees, 15 degrees from what we see. And I'm not going to worry about the lower temperatures, that's pretty normal. Not seeing as much heat there in Myanmar. We do see Delhi coming in at about 28 and about 34 in a couple of spots there in India right now. But 30s in a lot of places. Same thing goes for Pakistan and what is that? That'd be Iran, up to about 40 degrees. Iran up to 40 degrees? No, Iran the country. We are seeing a little cooler conditions still there in Madagascar and southern Africa, not just the country, but the region in general, still quite cold. And of course we are seeing reasonable temperatures there in the central portions, and then once we get into the Sahara Desert, things start to get a little bit warmer. We are seeing up to 40 degrees in some spots. Most of it, though, high 30s for what we're seeing in the heavier areas. Still a little bit on the cool side in Morocco, but not bad, and Tunisia as well, and Albania up here. And the coastline from the Mediterranean, keeping things cool there along the coast for Libya. Cairo coming in at about 23, Riyadh coming in at about 29, Baghdad sitting at 31, and zooming in, Malatya coming in at about 18, Adana about 22 degrees, and let's see, Piggy's Place, we'll see about 21 or 22, something like that, in that region on the island of Kos. Thank you, Sue. and about 19 in Athens, Greece. And looking over here, looks a little chillier there. We see Cantonia's 21, Redanzo about 12 or, yeah, well, 12, 13 degrees, right in that ballpark. Coastal areas, of course, a lot warmer because they're down lower. And about 20, 21 in Naples, and then we get up to Rome, 20 degrees roughly, and Milano sitting at about 22. Nothing too wild and crazy. We see it is a little bit warmer there in Spain. We see temperatures up to 27 degrees. Madrid coming in at about 23, 24 right now. That's not bad. Lisbon 18. Aurelio's house coming in about 20 right now. And Nantes is about 18 there, home of Chanto. Some nice temperatures up to 22 in France. Paris also 22. Munich sitting at 18. Frankfurt coming in about 15, 16. Cologne about 18 degrees and about 17 over at Yvonne Kunkel's house. We've got about 19 there in Brussels, Belgium, and Holland. We see 18 in Amsterdam, a little bit cooler in the north. Let's get over to Berlin, 15 in Berlin. Hamburg coming in at 17. Copenhagen is coming in at about 16. Aarhus about 16, 17. Oslo 16, and we see 17 in Stockholm. St. Petersburg is about 16. Everybody's at temperature. 14 in Moscow, a little cooler. London coming in about 18 or 19, depending on where you are there. Leeds coming in at about 14, 15 degrees. Looks like about the same for Wales for the most part. Glasgow sitting at 15 degrees. Aberdeen coming in about 13. Looks like the coastal areas are holding some nicer temperatures. 15 to about 17 degrees there in Scotland. Dublin coming in at 15, and of course the other side where our wonderful Irish monk lives, he is getting about 15 degrees as well. Quick peek here in Iceland, and wow, we see a lot more warm temperatures in the eastern part of Iceland. Up to 18 degrees is what we're seeing there. That is pretty awesome. Reykjavik, though, coming in at a balmy 10 degrees Celsius. Thanks, Sue. And let's see what else we got. We're going to go to precipitation. And there we go. I keep this relatively quick, so we see some a low up in Nunavut, some snow and ice rain up there. Portions of Alaska and the Yukon Northwest Territories are getting some rain. Looks like a good chunk of British Columbia is getting rain. Northern Alberta and between Calgary and Edmonton to the west, we've got a bunch of rain there as well. And has it stopped raining here? No, it is still raining lightly here in Edmonton. And let's see, we don't see too much in Saskatchewan, but some places are getting a little bit. Moving over, looks like Ontario's pretty much good, and a little bit of rain there. I hope that gets some of the forest fires there in Quebec. Not bad in Newfoundland or Labrador. Looks like though Nova Scotia from about Halifax west or southwest is getting nailed. Raining here in Nova Scotia. You got rain right now, Sue? We do see the storm here, and of course that is getting Boston and Portland and all those places. So the Maine is definitely getting it, and New Hampshire and a few of those other states are getting wet as well. So that is what we've got there. Let's go over though, and we'll see what else we got in the U.S. Just going to zoom out one notch there. There we go. We do see some rain in Montana, with a little bit in Idaho, not that bad. Colorado seems to be the brewing storms again, and we see that. And then, of course, we've got some stuff here in Iowa, and going up to right along the Minnesota and North and South Dakota border, going up. Hopefully that isn't anything too severe. We already talked about that storm, so from I guess Boston on up north there, it's pretty bad. And look at what we see, some stuff in Texas, a little isolated, and then we've got a bunch of little storms. They're not really joined together, but you've got a bunch of them, so very interesting to see that. And that's happening along the Florida Panhandle, getting into Louisiana and Mississippi as well as Alabama, and a little bit into the Georgia area. So Florida getting the majority of it. Also out here, Nassau, those areas in the Caribbean are getting some rain. Same thing goes for the areas here in Cuba and down on in Haiti and Dominican Republic. And then Mexico, getting some rain there in the central portions, and a whole bunch of rain in Guatemala, El Salvador, as well as Nicaragua. As we go further south, pretty heavy there in Costa Rica, and of course Panama, and we see a bunch of rain in Venezuela, as well as Colombia. Lots of stuff happening there. And a little bit in Brazil, not as bad as it could be, just north of Rio. There's some rain there. Looks like Peru's getting a break. And we don't see too much in, well, nothing in Paraguay, nothing in Uruguay. And of course, we go through, look at most of Argentina. Where it bleeds through here is after it gets through the mountains from the Chilean side on the bottom. So that's what we've got there. And looking at what we've got in New Zealand, we do see the South Island northern end getting a bunch. There's that low that is causing them some rain. At least it's a small system, and it's not very violent or anything. We do see some thunderstorms in there. Hopefully it'll be okay for them. And moving north of that, and we get up into those other regions, American Samoa and those islands are definitely getting some thunderstorms. Fiji looks pretty dry right now, but anything can happen there. They've got some clouds could come in. Same thing goes for Vanuatu. Moving up a little bit more into Papua New Guinea region, we do see some of the islands are getting wet. Actually out here, a lot of moisture coming down. And we do see that as well here in the Indonesian areas, moving up into the Philippines. It looks like most of the stuff here right now is coastal, so what we're seeing in Java isn't too bad. Same thing with Sumatra. As soon as we get into Singapore, we know the level picks up a whole bunch. And the Philippines, rain. It's always raining there. And Hong Kong has got rain, go figure. And looks like the Japanese islands are getting drenched again. Kagoshima's got a bunch of rain. We see the East China Sea is full of rain. Shanghai getting a rain. And Tokyo looks dry, but getting up in the Akita area, Akita-shi area has got some rain there. And then of course the Kamchatka Peninsula, bits of rain everywhere in there, so pretty cool. And India, there's that storm. Well, they are no longer calling it Biparjoy or whatever it was called. It is now down to a low. but still a very heavy storm from the looks of things, and that will move through. Delhi should be getting some rain right now, and Jakarta some rain as well. We see some rain here in the mountains also, so pretty normal. And the coastal areas are definitely getting some rain down in southern India and in Sri Lanka. South Africa, not bad. Not bad in Madagascar, central regions here. In the jungles, of course, they're going to have some rain, and not that much in the Sahara Desert in any of these countries. Looks like Turkey has got a little bit more rain, and especially up Istanbul area, those areas is a little heavier. Piggy might be getting some rain right now as well, but I hope she's sleeping and not worrying about the rain. And it looks like Greece and up into Albania, those areas are getting some rain as well. It looks like Italy and Sicily, no rain. Some rain in Spain and France. I'm still seeing another row here. Not sure if that's going to skirt more inland or not. Looking at Switzerland, Germany, most of Poland, and then Holland, and those areas all seem to be dry. A little bit of rain in Denmark, not much though, but we do see that circulation here, and hopefully it's not going to turn into some big monster storm. And that is for our ocean view there, so it's kind of like lake effect stuff when it's blowing through these confined spaces. Anyway, it looks like Norway is pretty clear. Most of Sweden is good, with the exception of the bottom, what we can see, and Finland looks pretty dry. Looking at what we've got here in England, we see Wales and the southern portion of England has got some rain, and kind of a sporadic stuff on the western side of Scotland, and kind of a mixed bag for what we see in Ireland today. And going over to our wonderful Iceland, we see a few little spots of rain here and there, and a bunch of fog and low-lying clouds. So that is our precipitation for today. I do want to mention that Greenland, of course, is getting ice. Even here in Svalbard, they're getting some ice rain. And snow. Just think, it's just about July and they're getting snow. Oh boy. Anyway, back to temperatures. Let's find the coldest temperature on the map. We had 46 degrees Celsius for our highest temperature, and we'll now find the lowest temperature, and that should be interesting. And what do we see? Oh, a 59 there. I'm not seeing anything really super cold. There's a 50s, a 53, 57s, 59. Where are my cold spots? 55, 54s. No, minus 50 somethings. There's more. There's that 59. And we'll find it. There's got to be colder temperatures here. Minus 56, 57, 59. There again, there's a minus 61 right in that spot. So we see a minus 61. And are we seeing anything colder? There's a minus 62. And I am not seeing anything colder yet. Minus 62. Oh, I see now minus 63 right there. That is cold. I was going to say that's cool, but no, that's cold. Minus 63. Let's see if we can find a minus 64. I don't think so. And that is it. Okay, I'm going to call it minus 63. And, oh, Sue found minus 63 as well. Excellent. So I'm not going blind or senile. That's awesome. So we've got a tie. Awesome, awesome. And glad that we have that. Captain Bird's Eye approves. Arr. There you go. Way to go, Dan. And let's put us back there real quick, and we will get to wrapping up the show, and we'll see what else we've got here. I just wanted to pop back over to our wonderful Helma crater. You do see that lovely lava bubbling in there. That is cool and awesome. And good night, all. Thank you, Doc and mods. Stay safe, all. Take care, Tom. Be good, and make sure that Pepper gets all her food she needs tonight. She said she wanted extras, like a dessert, and more of that yogurt. She wants more yogurt, as she likes it. Anyway, on that friendly note, it's time for me to wrap things up. I want to say a big thank you, first off, to our wonderful gift givers and super chatters. Well, the only gift giver today is Piggy, and thank you, Piggy, for gifting that one membership. And Piggy also put a super chat in there, a £2 super chat, and Grandma B also put a £2 or $2 super chat. So thank you kindly for that. I really do appreciate it. Bo was here. Thanks, Doc and Piggy and C&D. Good job. Thank you. And we also thank Sue for her contributions with the wonderful lava report and all that. I really do appreciate that. Big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, Asia Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles, so thank you. And on those notes, also thanks Sharon for keeping tabs on our tie there. That's all good. And yeah, let's wrap it up. So definitely seeing some wonderful lava flows still coming out of Helma crater. And hopefully that will keep going. For right now, I will actually let that run a little bit yet, maybe an hour or so, while I go do some other things, with the microphone turned off, of course. And on those notes, we will wrap it up. Thank you, everyone that's within this lava family. That doesn't just mean the ones that are green in color, it means everyone. So thank you, all the good people of our lava family. Appreciate you all being here. Also, again, thank you to the moderators, and they do help out a lot. So on those notes, be good, be kind, be careful, play nice in the lava, and only one thing left to add. Please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Have yourselves a wonderful night, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. And remember, the stream comes on early again tomorrow. It is Sunday. So a good night, and oink oink.
Volcano Hazards program. Today we're going to talk about calderas. When most people think about volcanoes,